Hello and welcome to uh, CPI, Return of the Sex Pests. Not the title I went with, but it's basically the same title. Star Wars Hello references. And welcome. Oh no, I've got the noise coming through of the stream. Where's the pause? Preparation. At least I know the audio's working.
That's good.
I've got Comrade-Parity with me, who has just kickstarted their channel. People need to go check her out. She's got some bass stuff on. What's it? I'll let you say hello.
Hello.
I thought you'd say more than that. Sorry.
Well, you said I could say hello. That's what that's all you gave me permission to say. So,
You're making me feel like a bad person.
help! I'm being held hostage against my will. Somebody call 911.
It's all right. They can't get me. Got no jurisdiction in this country.
I'm in his basement. Please send help.
It's how I do my streams. I get captors. You know what? I asked Noob Mode. He's been held captor several times.
I'm scared. I want my mom.
Warping back to build cities while promoting private cars because he don't know shit about urban design. Yeah, I know. Like, what's it? Most cities in this country are starting to apply the tram system. I think electric buses are better because trams make it a bit harder to dividend up the road. But either way, trams, buses, they do the job. They get shit done. The better thing with a tram to a bus is you need less operators to run them, but I'm one of them old fogey-minded people where I'm like, I don't trust any of these automated systems. I like some eyes on the road, you know. But
I don't even know what a tram is because I'm American.
A tram is like a train, but it's very slow.
Why don't you just build a train then?
Because it's supposed to go along roads and through cities, and people are allowed to walk in front of these things and shit. Not like quite in front of it. They're allowed to cross the thing like a road.
Is it like at least faster than a bus?
It's probably about the same speed.
Hmm.
But instead, you have to build tracks into the road. And you have to build overhanging wires because it's powered like an electric train.
Right.
Well, it powered overhead. It doesn't. I don't think it has the electric tracks like a train does. Trams.
What's a train? I've never heard of a train before.
Heavy rail trains. There you go. Oh, sorry. What was that?
I'm sorry. What's a train? I'm American, so you're gonna have to explain this to me.
Trains.
Aren't they those like talking colorful characters in that like one Thomas show that I had to watch when I was little?
Hey mate, that show was sick. Fucking did you ever see the movie?
Yes.
I had that
they made more than one
DVD.
movie.
It had one of those cool DVD cases where it had the fold over plastic on the side where you would fold it and clip the case shut.
Yeah, I remember they made a few movies, but I had this one where like the trains like came into the real world somehow. Do you know which one I'm talking about?
This one was the one where the fucking it's not just Diesel, it's Diesel 10 this time, and he had like a claw for a fucking hand or some shit like on his top.
Jesus Christ.
Mate, it's got some fucking action-packed scenes in it. You never expect that for like a train show. Action.
Hey, don't underestimate trains. I bet it would really hurt if one ran you over.
Yeah, ask that guy who likes trains.
I like trains.
It's like
oh man, y'all just brought me back.
That was the meme zeitgeist of 2012. Like,
just. By the way, is my audio good?
Yeah, your audio's good. What's it? I've probably got you louder than me. Because what's it? I'm not good at audio balance, but it's always good to have your guests the loudest. There's some streak out. Oh, that's another thing I'd say is if you're ever doing like a breakdown video of a reactionary, it's always best to be the loudest person there, and not just because of the psychological means of being the most spoken voice, so your opinion has higher cadence. It's also because a lot of people feel really embarrassed when they watch a video and all anyone around them can hear is the really loud reactionary, and then the person criticizing them is really quiet. And it's like, you don't want people to get the wrong idea.
Right, I get it.
I always put them comments on people's videos when I'm watching them, and they're like covering Steven Crowder, and they got Crowder's transphobic shit blaring loud, and they're like criticizing it like this. I'm like,
I didn't very much appreciate it when Steven Crowder said that trainees aren't people.
that was a step forward in the right direction for him. Bro, apparently he's not even against LGBT in private. It's all just a front.
I mean, all these people are grifters. They just want money.
I guess, but a lot of them are very ideologically intrigued by fucking transphobia. Like, it's all a part of that the Romanist mentality of, oh, we're a crumbling empire, we don't want to end up like the Romans, we need a Mussolini sort of bullshit. So you need there's
Did they not know how Mussolini ended out?
Jewish race mixing, rah rah rah. Like, they just tie it into their whole like utopia dystopia shit, where like fucking I don't know, like trans people are gonna end the empire, which based.
Yeah, you know what? That is what we're gonna do. What are you gonna do about it? Us trans people, we're gonna end the empire, and we're gonna create workers and soldiers, Soviets, and it's gonna be fucking based, and there's nothing you can do about it. You conservative prune.
You like, what's it when it comes to like fucking like passionate members of struggle, lumpen proletarian trans people fucking show it up. Like, that's why there's a lot of anarchists that are lumpen pro fucking trans people, because they just want to get down to action. They're sick of being oppressed, they're sick of being left out, isolated. Marxist communities constantly not wanting them there because they're not real Marxists, they're just fucking social conservative chauvinists that fucking you know, use Marxism as a shield for their red fascism.
Yeah, I mean, like, one thing that I find to be like really stupid is that like there are a lot of Marxists who will talk about like, oh, it's okay to be bourgeois or petit bourgeois and be a Marxist, so long as like you're like using your wealth to fund us. But when like someone who's like petit bourgeois and is actually suffering from wants to like join the Communist Party, people are like, "Oh, what the fuck, you fucking poor person? Who the hell do you think you are? You're just a fucking tool to be exploited by the bourgeoisie. You're useless. You just treat people like garbage. It's stupid."
Yeah, what's it? A lot of labor aristocrats and petty bourgeois people like to accuse the lumpen proles of being like equivalent to the petty bourgeoisie in their like in our candor and our reactionary behaviors, and it's like, wait, what? It sounds like projection. You know, they use all the excuses they can to invite all the petty bourgeois people in, and then when it comes to lumpen proles and lower proles, they don't want anything to do with them. They use the old shitty Marx definition of lumpen proletariat as an excuse to not have to engage with the most radical elements of society. And there's actually a piece that was produced by the infamous CPGB ML. They actually admitted that the lumpen were the most likely to engage in revolutionary activities, and then said that we were impossible to organize and shouldn't be bothered with. They openly admitted the truth and then couldn't accept it.
I mean, that does sound like, what's the word I'm looking for? Are you trying to burn yourself? What are you doing?
I'm lighting the fire.
Oh, I thought you were lighting a cigarette. I thought you were like setting your finger on fire. You're like light your frame was like really like bright on your camera, and it looks like you were setting your finger on fire. I was like, "What are you doing?" No, I'm burning. Help!
Fuck! I held in prison and now I'm an arsonist. Has the word arse in it.
I like ass. Also,
It's one of the
how's the
joys
word
of life.
"os" in it?
Horse, fucking
Os.
awesome tits.
And can I have a bottle of water?
Bottle of water.
Do me a favor, just like in your normal speaking voice, say bottle of water.
Bottle of water.
Sorry, I just had to.
It cuts the bloody corners. It's like so a lot of my family come from fucking Yorkshire if you go far back enough. And Yorkshire dialect of English, you don't even say the. At least you're not supposed to. It's supposed to be t. So this all if you were to ask me is it in the 10, the way that'd be asked in Yorkshire is it a 10 is it 10 basically, but a 10 and
I have
the
no
response to that
idea.
is n 10. If there's nothing in the tin, it ain't n 10.
I think I would probably like not know how to communicate people if I went to Yorkshire then, because that sounds confusing.
What's it? That was how modern English was supposed to work. Like the Yorkshire dialect of modern English was the original form of modern English. What we know as modern English is what up in the north we call monarch's English. It was called Queen's English, but now it's King's English. Uh, Whatever
So like
dickheads in
British
charge.
English is monarch's English and Queen's English.
Yeah. It's because there's a cultural disparity between the north and
Right.
south of England, kind of similar to the split between northwest and southeast Scotland.
We gotta bring back the glorious Viking Empire of Jorvik.
No, they keep them fuckers out. They caused as much trouble for the Celtic peoples as any other fucking
No, I'm
conquering
just
empire over here.
I was just joking. The joke being like
We have an
0.2%
epidemic
Norwegian.
of fucking Viking loving Brits, so like I'm very defensive.
Let's be honest, those Brits are all descended from like fucking Vikings.
I have Norwegian descendants on my father's side as well.
Great, great. I think it's great grandmother, or it was great. Actually came. Well, both of them actually, I think, came from Norway.
No way.
Yeah.
Because it's Norway.
And then my grandfather, my biological grandfather on my bio dad's side, he's British, and he's also a pedophile. Now, here's where inductive reasoning comes in. My grandfather is British. My grandfather is a pedophile. We're all British pedophiles. I love that
Good
joke.
way to convince people to not want to identify with the British identity over here. But I remember being shown a poll, and like barely any of the country sees themselves as British here when they did a poll.
Oh my god.
It's mainly Greater London and the City of London where shit like that happens. And I think a wee
At
bit
least
of
it's not
Edinburgh.
Birmingham.
Oh, sorry. My screen doesn't let me see all of the fucking chat on OBS properly.
Ooh, it just showed us your OBS settings for a second.
Yeah, what's it? Boob tube. That's what I call the YouTube thing. What's it? Oh wait, yeah, I could actually have you as an icon. I keep forgetting that I have one for Discord. It's normally called like either Discord, because you gotta hoard those discs, or Dick Hoard if I really want to be funny.
Hmm.
There we go.
Oh, there we go. Now everyone can see my amazing PlayStation 2 controller.
PS2, the good Sony console.
Yeah.
Sony kind of lost their way a bit after the PS3. The PS3 was okay-ish at times. Kind of
Wait,
hampered a lot of console games that come from the PC. The PS3 did, like Fallout, for example, which had to constantly reduce its functionality because the PlayStation 3 couldn't run it because its fucking coding was nightmare to work with.
right. I'm about to slam a mega hot take. Sonic Adventure 2 was the only good Sonic game. Well, not the like, and the reason why is purely because of the Chow Garden.
Fucking is that the one that they also re-released on the fucking Game Boy as Sonic Advance too? Because I think I had that as a kid.
No, Sonic Advance 2. I think Sonic Advance 2 is Sonic the Hedgehog 2, but I'm not sure.
I don't
Sonic
know.
Adventure 2 is the 3D one for like the Dreamcast,
Ah, I
the
see.
second one that they released.
The only like 3D Sonic I ever owned was Sonic Heroes, and I hear everyone fucking hates that. I liked that as a kid.
Yeah, I never played that one. You know, like the Sonic game that has like the Sonic goes running around at the got place to go, gotta follow my way home. That one.
um, what's it? I don't remember. It's been a while.
Wow.
I'm not that cool anymore. Can't get the live chat to be the size where it works, so I'm just gonna have to delete it. There we go. I can look at it on YouTube itself. Um,
What mic are you using?
it's some uh, Avik, probably some Chinese company. I don't know. I just got it. It's like £36. I spoke to Jason. He was like,
Oh.
"Don't spend any less than $30 on a mic because it'll be shit." So I just went to spend 36 quid on one, and then it was.
No, I wasted like $100 on mine.
I don't have that to spend on a mic, so I was like, "Fuck
Well, you see,
that."
I'm still a minor, so I don't have to pay bills yet.
I'm in debt with my bills.
Damn. The worst part is the mic is still be fucking cheap. They charge way too much for microphones.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's fucking all the tech shit these days is just so fucking expensive. Like, I'm on a Windows phone, and not. I have a broken one from the last time I fucked up with my phones and had to go on one of these, which is better than this one. This that one doesn't take Sims. This is a 630 or some shit. It's crap. The App Store doesn't even work on it. You can't download shit. You can't sign in your Windows account. It's been abandoned. But it was £25, and £25 gets me the ability to make calls and texts. It was about the same price that it cost me to get a brick phone, and at least I can watch YouTube on this while I have a shit. So priorities.
Obviously.
If you can't watch YouTube and shit at the same time, what life are you leading?
In the
Probably
dark
a.
too. It has to be in the dark.
I think it's a bit ominous. Then you might fucking you might feel a bit spooked.
Now you're just imagine you're just sitting in the bathroom taking a shit, and then all of a sudden you just hear dun dun.
Bro, I live on a construction site. You never know. Like, so they just whap these new estates up, and fucking if you're on the homeless sort of fucking housing program register shit, they'll cram you in one of the cheap flats that they build here. But social housing, they get the right to pull out of a building project, and the coronavirus caused such a stop in construction. A lot of them pulled out of some of the flats that were meant to be theirs. So the housing fucking thing here is selling these flats at like 170 to 200 and some grand for a 2 to 3 bedroom flat that's a piece of cheap shit. Um,
Ugh.
so the rent
Here
is
rent
fucking 500 a month, something like that, and it's like, you know,
here rent you up to like 900 a month.
but for a 1 bedroom flat, 500 a month is way too much. You know, my dad only pays like 70 a week for a 3 bedroom house.
Man, the economy is so fucking ass. I am so scared to turn 18 and have to actually function within it. Ugh.
It's not fun, but it gets you a lot more freedoms in life and the ability to actuate yourself. Like, I'll never live with my family again. Like, if I go homeless, I go homeless. I don't want to live under the same roof as either my mom or my dad.
I I guess I am excited about the idea of being able to actuate myself. Like right now, because I'm like 16, I have no access to like like Medicare, not Medicare, what's the word? Healthcare.
Yeah,
Fuck, I'm stupid.
the same business. It makes sense.
Yeah, Medicare is obviously terrible. I don't know why I said Medicare.
It's
Medicare
the
doesn't do
it's the
anything.
it's the fact of like what's it the longer trans people are made to wait for a lot of the care in which they're entitled to, like
The more of us kill
hormone
ourselves,
therapies and what's the other medication um with when they're not able to access them at an early stage, it's just it doesn't it sorry, it makes the trapment of dysphoria an even more sort of intense confined to deal with, and makes things a hell of a lot more traumatic. um
yeah,
a lot of people don't understand what it's like waking up every day and constantly not only hearing the barrage of attacks you've always gone through, trying to console yourself with whom you are, but not actually being able to trust yourself in who you are. That's the really, really fucking hard thing that it comes to. I myself know all too well.
yeah, I definitely relate to that. Like with me, I was like, I was like, my default like political standpoint that I started out with was like conservative because like I had always been like around like Trump supporters like with my family. I mean they're not like crazy psychopaths, but they're like kind of right wing. And they're in the Mormon church, and so I kind of ended up like
Hey everybody,
Shit, sorry.
getting into religion. And I remember I like had went through like a massive like phase of like trying to suppress myself with religious conservatism. That was fun. Not
No, yeah, that's a fucking a hard manner to grow up in, because not only do you have the reactionary facets that get applied onto your outlook, even though you're trying to move away from it, because the environment you're brought up in is the main instance of teaching of which you adopt. I mean, my very abusive upbringing had me taking some horrible rightward turns with the very fascistic way my dad organized the household. uh but also you have the having to live two worlds constantly, and having to put up make face for shit you don't agree with, you don't believe, and you don't want to be a part of. that
yeah,
that's traumatizing shit in and of itself, no more as well than the what's it, having to then also deal with the stresses of gender dysphoria. um uh, it's I think one of the things as well that a lot of people really don't understand is that, like, um it, it it's um it's like living in purgatory.
yeah. For me, I would if I were to describe it, I would say it's like it's kind of like looking at like it's kind of like the feeling of like looking at yourself from like outside of your own body. It's like your limbs feel like detached and like they're out of your control, and you feel like you're trapped inside of like this costume that doesn't belong to you, and you can't get out of it no matter how hard you try.
Absolutely, couldn't describe it better myself. What's it? I've still got a lot of questions about myself that need to be answered, and I'm afraid to answer them, so I'm just sticking in the purgatory zone. I'll let time tell with that. The way I've been brought up, uh, I, it's a question I've asked for years and years and years, and it's one I don't ever feel I'll be able to answer. So I just stay away from it. dissociation mode. Fucking autism gives you a very strong ability to dissociate, so I'm gonna use it.
I'm sure you'll be able to figure it out eventually.
It's not so much that I don't know; it's more so that I'm afraid to go forward.
Oh.
Fear is the path to the dark side.
Okay, hot take: Star Wars Episode 3 was the best one.
Oh, that's a spicy take. I love that episode. It was my favorite episode growing up.
Yeah, I love that one because it has the best lightsaber battles.
The Obi-Wan Anakin battle was the longest sword fight in movie history for a while. I don't think it is anymore, but it was for a while.
It was very well choreographed. Which makes lightsabers like way cooler than they freaking are in like fucking episode like 6 or 7 or whatever, where they just kind of like flail the sword around a little bit. It's stupid.
Yeah, episode 6, it got a bit too flaily, but like I liked the way it was in episode 5, where they really got down that mix of heavy-handed European two-hand sword fighting and what's it, Japanese two-hand sword fighting, and they just fucking they got this like really slow because the thing someone was like commenting on, because I watched the sword fighter analyzing it. He's like, they're acting like the lightsabers are heavy, and Lucas actually explicitly said they are. And now a lightsaber is kind of a misnomer of a name. It's not laser. It's not light. It's plasma. That's the only way you could make something like that. In the EU, before they made it non-canon, I'm pretty sure it was described as being plasma, which makes a hell of a lot of
There's nothing
sense.
I hate Disney more fucking avoiding the EU and Kyle Katarn and all that shit. I'm so fucking pissed about that.
Like Carl Katan was cool as fuck. I was playing Jedi Outcast earlier, you know.
Based.
I have a mod
Of
for
the
Jedi
humans.
Academy called Movie Duels, and it's sick. But like at some point, we could do a stream on this. It'd probably be fun. There's a movie
Ooh,
battles
I'd love
mod,
to.
Movie Battles 2 for Jedi Academy, and it's online. We could just get a lot of comrades and fucking lightsaber to the death, and there'll be some cunt that'll play as fucking
I'm
Jango
just gonna
Fett, you
put
know.
it out there. I'm gonna fucking win. I'll destroy all your little assholes. And I won't even use a dual saber. I'll use a single saber. I'll just fucking you know.
I exclusively use single sabers. Two sabers is the coward's way out, and what's it? Um, fucking double-ended sabers. I just don't like them. Not my kind of style. I like a single
Yeah, I don't
saber.
like those
It's
either.
aesthetically cool as fuck.
Whenever I use like double sabers, what I usually do is I usually go for like a backspin attack. Like I like act like I'm running away, then freaking like a
That's
surprise attack. Yeah.
that's the Kirby of lightsaber attacks. Like
Yeah, I don't really like double sabers. I really am a single saber person. Ooh, funny thing, the first time I ever played Jedi Academy, I did like the evil ending, and I like got so into my fucking Star Wars roleplay LARP that I like wrote like an entire freaking like comic fan fiction with like art and everything for like how Jaden Core takes over the fucking universe.
it would have been interesting if they took like the dark side ending and you had to play as Kyle in the next game and fucking
Oh,
hunt
that would have
down
been
Jade,
great.
possessed with the spirit of Ragnos.
Yeah, and then like you like and then like Cal Katarn has to like wrestle with like the grief of having to kill like his apprentice. That'd be amazing.
Would have been sick. They had like 3 Jedi Knight games planned after, and the in 2005 and 2009 they just decided to go on big canceling sprees, and it's like good game ideas. What you doing, you stupid cunts?
Well, I'm just gonna put it out there. Under socialism, intellectual property won't exist. We can do whatever we want with the story.
Oh man, like fucking what's it? I mean, one of the coolest things that would have been neat to have had happen if like Jedi Academy ended up like Doom, where loads of people made just more and more missions. Like what? Because just a game where you just did loads of shit working as a Jedi would be fucking cool. I don't understand how they don't get that would be a great idea. Like I still haven't played that Jedi game they made in between episode 3 and episode 4 recently because it looks too fanfare bullshit. I want something that's a serious game that takes the mechanics as fucking far as you could with Jedi Academy because the movie dolls mod I'm on about, like you actually have an optional block in it from what modders have added to it. And if modders can
Yeah.
add that to a game from 2003,
And also, I feel like mechanically speaking, the Jedi Knight games are better than all the other games. Like when it comes to like lightsaber combat, the lightsabers in like Jedi Knight, they feel like so fluid, and at the same time, they feel like they have some weight, and they feel like if you fucking got hit with it, you'd fucking die. But like whatever was the name, like Star Wars Jedi, what's like the one with like the red hair dude?
is the recent one, the one that's like Fallen
Yeah,
Order or something?
yeah, Fallen Order, whatever it's called. Uh, in that game, like your freaking lightsaber is basically like a baton. You can hit them several times and it'll do fucking nothing to your enemies. It's stupid.
Oh, a cool thing with the Jedi Knight Academy game and Jedi Outcast is there's a thing you can do in the menu where you can make the weapon even more dangerous, and basically most lightsaber hits are one hit kills,
Mm.
which makes fighting against uh stormtroopers and shit just feel so fucking fluid and real when you can just hit them once with a light attack and it knocks them out. But the movie
Is that
duels
like a
mod
cheat
I've
code?
got, you get loads of different lightsaber styles, 2 4 specifically fighting blaster people, and they're fast
Mm.
enough that you could probably murk multiple lightsaber opponents too.
Right. Oh, also, question: have you ever played Star Wars? I think it was Dark Forces, or was it Dark Knight?
I tried playing Dark Forces and it's hella hard.
Bro, I beat that game. Get good.
It's a good game. The graphics are a bit weird for me.
It's like literally a Doom clone. It's not that bad.
Yeah, I know. It is like a Doom clone, but somehow they made it look older than Doom. Well, it just feels weird not having the full range of movement while also having a lightsaber, and that was sort of the thing that was a bit of a wet fart for me. The lightsabers look shit.
I mean, I'll give you this: the game's definitely dated.
But I do like the story of it. It was something that I wanted to play specifically because the story's pretty cool. Jarek is weird, and I like the fact that it's got FMVs. It's pretty cool.
Oh man, I miss fucking like FMVs and those old dogs. Those were so fun.
Fucking when it came to console FMVs, Sega was sort of the king for that.
I mean, yeah, they had like the Sega CD, but like I never really like got into Sega stuff. The only like game like for the Sega Genesis, for example, that I even like is Rice Star.
See, I never owned Sega consoles. My interactions with Sega were more so when Sony and Nintendo got their dirty little piss stained hands all over the rights to their shit.
Yeah, I just emulated them. I've played like so many games.
Fucking. See, I had a PS2 and a Game Boy growing up, and eventually I got DS Lite and the what's it um my brother had a PSP that we had to share between us. But we only got like an hour here or there with the way I was brought up. Fucking had to go outside most of the time or fucking do something else, which I didn't mind. But, lets me have some sort of sense of fucking like moral superiority over people who got to just sit on video games all their childhood.
Hey, don't judge me, okay? Like, just because I have a serious vitamin D deficiency and I never go outside doesn't mean that I don't understand what it's like to touch grass. I don't know.
I know what the air feels like. What's it? I have a vitamin D deficiency anyway because fibromyalgia lowers your vitamin D.
Oh dang, I don't actually have a vitamin D deficiency. I just meant that in the sense that I don't get much sun.
That's why I look like fucking Casper the Whitey Ghost. It's not because I fucking hit a bong too hard. It's fucking. The lack of vitamin D.
Oh, that sucks.
There you go, white supremacists. You want to become more white? Make yourself sick.
Please do make our job easier.
I mean, chronic fatigue would make our job easier. You know, fucking whole right wing is just unable to even fucking move about. It'd be like fucking, make life easier. Uh, don't eat right wingers. It'll make you stronger.
Yeah, don't eat or drink. Just stop drinking water. Drink Coca-Cola instead.
Oh yeah, don't worry. Uh, CO3 definitely doesn't fucking dehydrate. Definitely. No dehydration from carbonate.
Also, I just want to kind of like Coca-Cola, like the fact that they like make drinks that dehydrate you is fucking evil genius.
It seems like it was a happy accident, but it's interesting that like their drinks are extremely carbonated compared to most fizzy drinks. Because that's the
Right.
main dehydrating force is that when you drink a carbonate, it basically just saps water out of you when the carbon trioxide, which is the cool way to say carbonate, carbon trioxide mixes with with the water in your body, which separates it into hydrogen, oxygen, and carbon dioxide. I think that's how it goes down. Someone who knoweth their scienceth must proveth me wrongeth.
Back.
Oh, I do the double click thing to get out of full screen, and every time I triple click. Oh shit, spam again. Report. Where's the terrorism? Promotes terrorism. Report. Yeah, if you ever get them weird fucking like fucking bot spams or anything like fucking selling websites or fucking sex stuff or any crap like that, just report them for terrorism. Promotes terrorism. There we go.
Well, how
Now
many
Osama
viewers do we
bin
got right
Laden
now?
has been associated with the sex pests. No, YouTube is mad for spam right now. It's weird. Fucking Lizzie or whoever the fuck's running the show. I can't remember her name. Jenna. She probably fucking needs some money. She's
You see
probably
that
fucking
Renee account?
Renee.
Yeah, that's my alt.
Renee à toi. Very French sounding name.
Oh my god, I love your mouse cursor.
Yeah, it's fucking absolutely top. It was made in like 2004, I think. It's an old ass cursor. Some fucking reminiscent Rusky was just like, fuck it, I'm gonna bring the Soviet Union into cursor form.
And then they make a blog with a .su domain.
Wouldn't surprise me. I mean, fucking what's it? Do you know, out of all the people to still have an SU website,
You
Alexander
can still get
Dugin.
SU websites.
Alexander Dugin has one for his fourth political
Ew.
theory. At least I think
But
he
you
does.
can still get one like pretty easily. You just have to like be able to prove your identity.
I don't want them having my identity.
I mean, they're gonna spy on you either way.
Yeah, but if they think that my name is fucking Alfred Shitass, they're gonna be a bit fucking unable to. Well, to be fair, my details will be in all the other shit they're spying on me on. Oh well, this is why like an older manners of communication need to be adopted for underground activities, like communicating on the web and shit like this. At least encryption
Oh, they can.
aside, is
Unless you like have your own thing set up and you're like a fucking tech genius and y'all and everyone participating in it has perfect operational security, they can monitor you anytime they want.
Yeah, this is more functional for legal activities. Underground activities, older forms of communication need to be adopted because, I mean, you use shit that can't be microchipped. It's a lot harder to spy on you. frequencies of communication via radio is interceptable, and yes, internet shit is still radio frequency. Radio is not just the big speaky music thing for a lot of the Zoomers. It be the radio waves that do all the communicating. Actually, there's a few other waves that do it, but radio waves are the best. You want to fucking what's it? You want to get all the manners of communication, because at least if they're having to rely on actual interception of radio frequencies to spy on you, it's a little harder, especially if you're altercating for those frequencies rather than, I don't know, like
We'll set up
just
a
using
telegram and we'll
call
wire it.
systems. I mean, it's like older fucking cellular devices, long range, which to be confusing would be called short frequency radios, which are the longest range. You want short frequency radio communication, because short frequency radio can go fucking miles. Probably understating it a bit there, but using
I'm pretty
these
sure somebody like made like a ham radio that can start that like while in Ohio can get signals all the way from California.
Yeah, that'd be short frequency.
And then he wasn't able to collect the prize for like the world record because he didn't have like a license to use his ham radio, whatever.
Oh yeah, you're not allowed to tap into radio frequencies, because to do that long range radio, you got to be using short frequency radio operations, which are not entirely, but are mostly exclusively used by the military. Yeah, you need a license to be going on that shit, because they want as much as those frequency ranges in certain areas of the world open to be used for military and police communications. I mean, you could accidentally stumble across like Coast Guard communications and shit like that with in long range and medium range. So if you can accidentally get into like because long frequency is close range shit. So if you're in a close proximity to long frequency radios, like shoreline radios, because they don't have to travel far, they're only looking out at what's near them and communicating to a nearby system, which may then have a medium or short frequency radio to go at longer distances if they have to communicate out. Or I imagine it's just Wi-Fi these days. But you can accidentally stumble across those long frequency they're normally AM radios, and if you can accidentally tap into them, it wouldn't be to any surprise that you could accidentally tap into short frequency AM radio waves of military installments as well. So
I mean, there have been people who've like tapped into those frequencies and then like fucked up like their fucking systems, and then like they've had like freaking feds show up at their door and like suspect them of being like Russian agents and shit.
It's like you're not allowed to. So we have a load of unused TV signals, which I think because analog TV was cut off. Now CRTs still exist in abundance with analog tuners in them. Think about it this way: YouTube can be censored. A moving TV station that's tapping into a different frequency on a roster, so that people know the roster, so it's not random but it's changing all the time, would be very hard to censor, because it's not like they're gonna go and okay, let's go chop down all of the radio towers. The radio towers exist. Analog radio TV frequencies, the way a frequency for a radio works is it's all about what is pumping out the specific hertz, you know, of that frequency band at the most intense sort of bandwidth, so with the highest amount of signal strength. So if you can pump an analog TV system to a radio tower, which you just need to amp up its strength enough that the radio tower will pick it up and send it out, can't stop it at that point. It's going out there. The only way they could stop it is by pumping out a heavier signal, and then you could just switch band. You could, always ensure that it's known to the viewership what would the next band be if that band cut out, and then you can have an active TV show on analog TV and get analog TVs pumping around to people because you get one for cheap. And then it's
Right.
underground sort of shit that could go down. It sounds hokey and pokey, but we live in a world where fucking 1984 ain't just a shit book written by Orwell anymore. Put it that way, the capitalists like what he wrote and put that into society. And to be honest, if he never wrote it, they'd have done it anyway. It is very logical that a system of capital would become a system of control because it has to control the means of its function. Fascism and petty bourgeois socialism are both functions that operate to this effect. They want a form of capitalism where there is greater controls on the means of society and the facets of life.
We literally live in 1984 in Animal Farm, guys. Like the pigs. One thing that I think a lot of people forget when they read Animal Farm, the pigs at the very end of the movie, the pigs, they dress like humans and they're speaking at the same table as the fucking farmers who came to like liberate the farm. Well, not liberate, reoppress the farm. I think that what a lot of people forget is that the reason why the pigs are bad is because they become the farmers, which represents the bourgeoisie. Which
Crush Jack.
I think that
Sorry.
so like that like bullshit history that a lot of Animal Farm may be. I think like the general message there is pretty accurate, and I think like it's in and of itself is very condemning of like the actual society. Like people seem to like portray it like Orwell as like just a critique of communism, when in reality it's kind of a critique of like everything. Though dude was totally a Fed.
Yeah, absolutely. He worked with MI5 and MI6. He was an agent. What's it? I need to fix my casting because it doesn't like to work for some reason.
That's weird.
Uh, like I've changed tab and it won't change. Wait. See, yeah, it's still showing the other thing. What? Okay. BoobTube has been deleted. Delete. It's like the Cybermen or whatever the fuck.
Oh my god, I completely forgot that we're supposed to be talking about Caleb Mompton.
We just fucking got on like a house on fire. So we just started going off on all sorts. It's the autismoidic fucking camaraderie.
Well, it's the autism and the ADHD and the fact that you're an interesting person to talk to.
Thank you. You are as well, and yeah, ADHD. You get two people with ADHD in a conversation, and it's not like they'll just get on like the house is on fire. The house may get set on fire.
No, not only will you, not even that, get two people with ADHD and autism who both share the same like hyper focus. Oh boy.
Oh yeah, what's it? Fucking. That's where the fucking video game conversation absolutely fucking rocked off, and then you've got like fucking get me going on about analog technology, and I'll keep here for everyone for hours.
Yeah. And then you got me talking about like, yo, have you ever played Star Wars Dark Forces? It's so good.
What's it? That's the thing, though. A lot of people of your generation missed out on a lot of the best games ever because they don't like playing older games because of the graphics. Fucking like loving. I think the early 2000s had the best graphics, not because they actually look good, but because they always had this like warm feeling to them, where a lot of effort was put into making limited design look perfect, and it always looked great.
Yeah, like I feel like every single game these days wants to either look every single game these days looks like either A, super marketable, or B, it's trying to look like real life. And neither of them have soul. Like games don't like have soul in the same way that games like Silent Hill 3 and 2 or Spyro the Dragon or Star Wars Jedi Knight or uh just any sort of any all those games. These games all have a soul to their designs that other games don't. Like, in fact, I'd even go as far as to say that, like, I don't know. I'm rambling. Sorry.
No, it's alright. It is a big problem with things that like the heart and soul of media is being sort of washed away because capitalism needs to constantly keep ensuring profits. Now, this is something that like um uh what's it Mozart even noted when he made what we now call classical. He wrote music extensively complex because he hated the fact that the aristocracy constantly wanted simple music. So, like, he wrote extremely complicated pieces because it went against the norm. And there's a quote from Mozart where he says that the only people whom are truly your friend are the poor. There is no friendship in the aristocracy. He hated his own class and got isolated from them.
Geez, all he needs to do now is join the Communist Party and he'd be based. Wait, what year was he alive in? Like this was like 1700s, right?
Yeah. He used to do free shows for poor people, you know.
Ooh, that's based.
Yeah, he's like a street player basically, but uh, orchestra edition.
So he liked to do those because poor people appreciated his music more.
The poor people appreciate music more, and he used to hang around with poor people more than rich people. He got along with them more.
I mean, like rich people like have always been like very conservative about music. They always want to like do the same thing over and over.
The Star Wars sequel trilogy, literally a fine example of how
Oh,
that was made for aristocrats.
dude, when they first announced it, I was like, I actually wasn't a Star Wars fan, so I didn't care. So I actually can't say anything about it. But when even when I watched the Star Wars movie, even as someone who had, like, I actually saw the sequels before the prequels or original trilogy, and even I thought it was fucking bad. I based my opinion of Star Wars off the sequels and thought Star Wars was just garbage.
That will give people that idea because like it was utter shite. And then when you go watch like the original trilogy is absolute great Flash Gordon esque soap opera, and then you've got the prequels. No, I've rarely seen a movie that world builds like the prequels do. Like a lot of people don't like the world. I think it's great. You know, I even defend episode two. I think episode two is for what is supposed to be a sociopathic romance. They actually nail that. Like everyone goes on
Episode
about the
two,
fucking the dialogue, and Anakin was supposed to speak like a fucking lunatic. Like get out of
it,
here. That was something he was specifically stage directed to do. If people actually watch the extended media.
people like to talk shit on episode two, saying it was boring and there's just so much intrigue going on. I want to see some action. Meanwhile, I'm over there like with the freaking popcorn, like, yes, this is very interesting. I love intrigue. It's like Game of Thrones, but before Game of Thrones and with space lasers, and not as long as Game of Thrones.
The way I first watched episode two was on a video CD. Actually, no, that was the first way I watched all of it. The first time I watched it was the end part on TV after I'd been punished because my brother had shown me my fucking birthday presents a few days before it, and I decided this is one of the most autistic things I've ever done. I decided to go downstairs and went, I bet you I can tell you what I've got for my birthday to my dad. This did not end well. When I told him that my brother had showed him, he then stopped punishing me and went to punish my brother. And then I sat in the living room with him on the sofa and saw the end part of Star Wars. Best time I'd ever been punished in my life because I got to watch the fucking best bit of episode 2. Because that last part of episode 2 is so fucking good.
My first time watching Star Wars, like the actual good ones, like not the prequels. I saw the prequels before. Actually, the original trilogy was the last one I watched. When I saw the original trilogy, I was like in a garage sale, and I happened to notice that somebody had episodes 4, 5, and 6, like the special edition collection, on VHS, and I had a VCR, so I said, "Screw it!" I bought the VHS tapes, and I binged them all in like one day.
I had the original tapes, the original tape releases that we got off a car boot sale. My little brother watched the fucking episode 6 one so many times that the tape broke in the player. The episode 6 had the Up Nub fucking song. It was the old.
Oh yeah, I just froze. Lagging.
Okay, so I'm still on the same stream. It just stopped streaming because NVIDIA's having a problem. I think it's because it's running into a fucking. So get this, it's running into a HDMI to SCART encoder, and then into a VCR, and then into a TV. I will not explain. Okay. Switch device. That was a moment. Is things rolling? And then into a VCR, and then into. Yeah, I think we're fixed. I think we're still live. I don't know how. Technology, amazing. We still got 4 viewers, so it's more than I normally have. 3. What? Shh! Don't tell people. Okay, so let's get into the Moppin verse.
Alright, hell yeah.
Also, I also have a PS2, and it really hates CDs.
So is the Center for Political.
Yeah, it is. I think it's been battered at my mom's when it was stored there. Oh. Fucking what's it? The guy literally said that he wanted to go make a compound in the woods. Let me drop the picture into OBS. Let's crop this down. This is to his wife, by the way. Like, it's fucking poor fucking wife. That's why she's the one calling him cray cray. You should keep that in. It gives context. Fucking window capture is fucking broken for you. I need to fix it. Oh, it's only showing my thing. That's why I'll fix that in a moment. It literally says, "I'm going to set up a big compound in the woods." Guy's saying he's not doing Jim Jones shit. What the fuck is this? He says that he's gonna live with all the kids and iStudio to broadcast my show over the internet. The guy's a fucking maniac. What's it? Someone did a video where it had fucking Biden singing that fucking pedo song. Someone needs to get Caleb and morph him doing it too. Because this is fucking pedo cult shit.
I mean,
Shit. No. I can hear you. Yeah, there was a bit of a stutter at one point. The yeah, like the connection went all mad. The mic is fine. Yeah, like what's it? Um. Oh, maybe. Um. I wonder if the audio capture's broken. Um. Oh wait, yeah, no, it's my end. 1 second. There we go. Now you should be audible. Yeah, it was streaming both my. Oh wait, my mic's really loud now as well. It was streaming both of my It was streaming both of my audio captures from my main computer and sorry, my main computer speaker. Why am I speaking like a moron? The computer's main speakers, not the TV speakers, which I have you coming from, because I diversify the audio. Because if you split the audio into separate captures, you'll get more bandwidth to work with. So, like, if you speak while a video's going on, it won't drown you out for the video. They'll both be somewhat loud to each other. At least that's that's what I think is how it works. Because I know some people end up really quiet on OBS if it's not done properly.
Right. What the hell? Google's trying to do some stupid crap.
But yeah, no, the stream's not breaking anymore, so we can proceed with the Lumpen-Verse.
Alright.
I need
Hell
to
yeah! Finally, let's do this. I'm ready.
need to sort that out. I just
what-
fucking
wait,
left
but
you
what's that
encompassing the whole screen.
What's that freaking smirk? I swear to God.
It's creeping me the fuck out. I'll tell you that.
That's like the I murdered somebody today glare.
That's why he's at the bay. He's chucked someone in it. Caleb, we've been telling you pollution's bad. This is fucking next level bad pollution. You know, it's fucking. Stop dumping bodies in the fucking bay.
Caleb, please, I'm worried about you.
Let's go.
I'm back.
Oh shit! Why is he so quiet?
Yeah, I cannot hear that.
Center for Political
Shit.
Innovation.
One second.
Glad to be here. Now, the reason that we've been silent for so long is because on August 19th, a document was published by some former members of the CPI. Now, this document made some pretty outrageous claims about the nature of our organization and also exposed some deeply personal information about me. Now, before they published this, the folks who put this document together went around to different media personalities, different associates, and person after person told them not to do it. They told them that this was not necessary, that they shouldn't publish this document. They didn't listen. They had every opportunity to
Bro's just coping
negotiate
because
some
he
kind
got
of
fucking exposed.
Yeah, and what's it? The guy. So the document has been taken down now, you know, and so like. I have a copy of it for anyone who's interested. I need to set up like an account on some form of like maybe Google Drive or something like that on one of my many emails and just fucking drop the file on it or find some way to drop the file out there. It should be small enough that I could put it on my Discord, so I'll pop it on my announcement sector on my Discord. I think I already did it before, but I'll do it again if anyone wants it, because this document should be about to everyone to know where I go on with this shit. The fact it's been taken down is sus. But also he has 3 cameras recording him right now. They're stationary cameras. These locked down reporter cameras to record 3 different angles
Of his beautiful, beautiful face.
trying to really get that sort of like Ben Shapiro style going. Like they seriously really envision the desk and the room Ben Shapiro's normally in when he's doing his videos and just watch it like that. They even have the same haircut. And the same kind of whiny sort of. They also are both afraid of trans people.
restorative justice, to try and get reforms inside the organization, to negotiate with me somehow. They didn't want to do that. They were determined to go public with this document. Why? Clout. They wanted to get more likes, more
Clout.
shares, more face.
Bruh, you fucking exploited people. You first exploited them for monetary value, and whether you were spending that all into your organization or not, you do understand that exploiting isn't just, oh, I got to live a life of luxury. If you're a fascist pushing a movement and you're profiting, the movement that you're pushing is profiting off of the people that have come up into it, so you can push your right-wing agenda, you're still an exploiter. What would this guy think that, like, fucking, if you know, when Mussolini was not in power and leading the black shirts, he therefore couldn't have been exploiting because he wasn't living a life of lavish luxury in a castle. Like, that's not how it works. Fascists get their fucking wealth when they take their power. They, if they grift along the way, they grift along the way. But a lot of their mannerisms is to try and get the bourgeoisie to fill their pockets. When he's getting them to pay dividends forward, it's basically trying to get the movement to pay for fucking its entitlement to push itself forward. Caleb is worth fucking a hell of a lot of fucking money. Several of those members together ain't gonna be the comeuppance of his wealth altogether. It's a way of fucking trying to push himself forward and push his own political agenda. The guy's a Strasserist.
I mean, just to put into like fucking perspective, like how like see this is, I mean, like how sexy like his political organization was in terms of finances. His organization CPI for political quote unquote innovation was actually registered as a corporation that he held 100% of the stocks in, legally speaking.
Yeah.
Which means theoretically he could do whatever the fuck he wants with it, regardless of how the Central Committee votes. So said side back. So I'm guessing is he took advantage of that.
Absolutely. It gives him a great deal of power over how much those funds are engaged with. And he can go on about, oh, I spent it on this and I spent it on that. Yeah, that's to push your own movement forward where you are the de facto CEO of it. Like, this is the type of shit that Elon Musk would call socialism. No surprise that he's saying socialist billionaires. Some of Elon Musk himself has tried to fucking push. Like, it's weird. White supremacist fascists seem to be coming together. Elon Musk has close ties with Peter Thiel.
Yeah, Jack Ma gonna liberate the working class. Come on.
Jack Ma, oh my. Fucking Amazon, fucking Eastern Edition.
Hey, Alibaba is a useful service, okay?
They refuse to work in Palestine now. They do. They won't sell to Palestine now because Israel's throwing a big stink.
Yeah, because China's in a world's power, but
guys, they're totally revolutionary still. Look how they sell drone technology to Israel.
Hey guys, look at the revolutionary Chinese sending guns to the Philippine government to fight the Maoist communist rebels. China's so revolutionary, guys.
They celebrated the fucking return of the fucking the son of the last fascist before Duterte. It's like, what the actual fuck? Like, Jesus Christ. Like, everyone's like, oh yeah, China's great and everything. It's like, yeah, no, they're celebrating the return of that fascist after they were arming another fascist. It's just continued fucking shit. And it's like, at the end of the day, the fact that anyone could think that Dengists are just misled is one of the things that pisses me off more than anything. When you engage in this type of politics, you are conscious of class, which means that these people are not just like la into Dengism. I mean, I can understand for like a few months when someone's become a communist, because everyone has done that at least for a couple of weeks to a few months when they first started, because red flag, everyone has that moment. We're all a bit fucking dozy at times, or maybe I'm just speaking for myself. Fuck you anyway. But the fucking point I'm getting at is that, like, Dengists, when you've actually rooted yourself in that, it's like, you know, the whole trick with the Trotskyists, if you challenge them and they don't realize after you point out the absolute matter of fact of what Trotskyism is to them, you should probably not fucking bother with them. It's the same with Dengists. If you can go and describe how China is imperialist how it is capitalist and how it is not
You
socialist
have
in
to
any way
think
to
about
them,
the
and
China's
they don't
material
realize it.
conditions.
They should be treated as what Dengists actually are, and that's social fascists.
No, you have to take into consideration the material conditions of China. That they have to break the laws of dialectics, and they
When
have
someone
to
told me it was about
have
like
social
industrialization,
linears.
I told them that like China's an industrial superpower, and they went, "Yeah, no, the techno-industrialization."
Yet China is more industrialized than the Soviet Union ever was. The Soviet Union achieved socialism, yet somehow China can't. Like if China wanted to achieve socialism, they would have been socialist by now.
I've
But
said that
they've
it's like they
still-
could do it tomorrow.
They literally could. But no, they still maintain this market system of generalized commodity production. The general production of commodities / goods to be sold on the market towards the aims of the profit incentive. And therefore, the surplus value extraction process and the wage labor exploitation process that necessitates.
What's it? I think really people need to also get in as well is that like uh, capitalism can exist without there being a direct capitalist class. There are forms of neo-feudal capitalism where petty bourgeois administration runs the capitalist system. Petty bourgeois socialism is the typical notation of this. You could see it as
They
like
really talk about this in the
the
Communist Manifesto if people actually bother to read.
absolutely, and it's the petty bourgeois socialism is like the it's like a form of fascism without the capitalists. You could look at like post 57 Soviet Union as applying to a petty bourgeois socialist model, especially under Brezhnev with his centralization policy. Yes, guys, that was not more socialist in the sense of like proletarianism to Khrushchev. It was just like Khrushchev wanted to rapidly return to capitalism, and Brezhnev wanted a centralized capitalist system under the petty bourgeois socialist state. It's then National Bolshevism's back. But
in the chat, Deng wasn't about revisionism. He was about prolonging China. But you do. Let me pull up a quote from you. Let me find it. 1 second. From Deng himself. This might take me a moment.
I know there's a quote from Mao like 3 months before he died, where he was like, "China needs another revolution." Like, Mao also called himself a smiling Buddha for how he was represented in the government in the 70s.
Okay, so what I'm about to read from here is Deng himself speaking. It's from a Chinese. Or I'll like send the link to it in the chat. So you guys can read it if you want. There you go. So this is Deng Xiaoping's words himself. I fully support the instructions given by the chairman and Common Lin Bao in the middle of the meeting. I fully agreed with Common Shenbo speech October 16th. This meeting thoroughly examines the policies of the whole party in the Cultural Revolution movement so as to further eliminate the influence of the bourgeois line represented by Comrade Louis Shaki, I can't pronounce that, and me. Implement the 8th the decision of the plenary session on the Cultural Revolution of the proletariat. It is very important to implement the correct line of the Cultural Revolution that represents the proletariat and formulated and led by Mao himself. So this right here is Deng Xiaoping himself admitting, this is Deng Xiaoping's speech, where he literally said himself that he was given the bourgeois line.
I mean, fucking Mao at one point dunked on him and said that Deng has no idea what class struggle is.
I think he knows. I think he's intentionally dishonest.
It's Mao's hubris a bit there, but also it's just that Mao likes to dunk. Like, you can't stop him. No, but Mao was right. Like in a sense, like he doesn't understand what the importance of proletarian consciousness, or I guess in the sense he understood it and wanted to oppose it. Mao made a few like naive momental takes. I mean, like fucking Zhu Enlai not being removed from the fucking party was one. Mao's need to just fucking problem is what I meant to say. Mao's problem with throwing aside comrades quite willy nilly as well was a big problem. Had a very chauvinistic mentality at certain times, but Mao had a lot of very good ideas. You know, it's a good 60% of fucking the shit that he wrote is fucking top, but a lot of what he did was a bit fucked. It's one of them. Maoism is a lot better than Mao. That's the
Definitely
thing
better than
people
Mao
get
Zedong.
confused.
That's for sure.
This thing people get confused. Maoism is quite different to just Mao Zedong Thung. Like people like Finball have been told by Jason after saying it wrong and then would still parrot it wrong, and his differentiation of it is poor and piss poor. But then again, like from what I've been told by anti-revisionist MLs, his line on Holger is also shit. So the more you know,
little lad,
Rainbow.
when you're in the Communist Party, you are supposed to be the most advanced among the most advanced theoretically sections of the working class. If you are in the Communist Party and you don't understand like the fucking basics of like fucking class struggle, then you should not even be in the Communist Party to begin with.
Absolutely.
And when you become the leader of the Chinese state, and you have a history of representing an erroneous bourgeois line by your own admission, that's kind of a problem.
Guys, it says communist on the party tin. Look at the label.
I'm actually working on video scripts. Besides my Matt video, I'm working on another script where I outline and prove that everyone like imperialist thing like China's basic. But do you want to continue with the Caleb Hoffman video?
Yeah, sure.
Facebook views, more attention. And that's why I have waited
Wanky
so
spanky.
long to give an answer to this. I don't want to get into a social media back and forth with them about every detail of what they wrote. I'm going to answer this once and then never speak about this again.
I'm going to answer this once and for all.
My live streams get very psychological. We talk about trauma and history and abuse and how it affects people. Many of you have abuse in my personal history, and it has affected me as an adult. I would have preferred to keep this private, but it is now all over the internet.
What's it? The NVIDIA thing is going wrong when I show this screen. It might be the window capture that's doing this. Let me end the display capture, and we'll audio hear it because it will still be hearable. And see if that's any better, because I think because I'm streaming it both to Discord and to YouTube, it's gotten a bit wonky. So
now spanking isn't
we don't
just
need
my
to see his
deep, dark
horrible
personal
face.
secret, it's America's deep dark
I've
secret.
I've personally tried
19
looking
US
at
states
myself.
still allow for corporal
He's fucking trust.
Wait. Go back 10 seconds.
Streaming. Communication breakdown.
is now all over the internet. Now, spanking isn't just my deep, dark personal secret. It's America's deep, dark secret. 19 U.S. states still allow for corporal punishment in public schools.
Okay,
Not a
pause
day
that.
goes by in
1 second.
Alabama or Mississippi
lost
or
the
Texas
page.
that some school
What's going
child
on?
isn't being struck with a heavy piece of wood by a teacher, someone who's supposed to
Oh my
be a
god, is
caretaker.
this seriously like what he's talking
Studies
about?
show
Okay,
that corporal
so like,
punishment is an ineffective and harmful
I'm
way
losing.
of raising
Why
a
won't the
child.
page load up?
Furthermore,
What
the
the
way
fuck?
we practice corporal punishment in Anglo countries has a particular
Oh my god, I couldn't find the page to stop it. It's just
why is
getting
he
worse.
talking about like whether? Okay, why is he? Why is he talking about like whether or not corporal punishment is an effective way to punish children? Like your problem is that you fucking like abused members of like your cult, like made them lose their fucking job, and then like basically lumpen proletarianized them, and then like fucking manipulated them and abusing them into fucking spanking you like a fucking dominatrix. That's what you fucking did here. This has nothing to do with whether or not corporal punishment is an effective punishment. It's a fucking deflection.
Yeah, trust. Like he's talking absolute bullshit. It's like what the fuck. The way he goes into weird detail about it, a hard piece of wood. Like it's just it. You know how
I
like
bet he
people
doesn't
when
have
they
a
commit
heartbeat.
a crime, they end up like doubling down on it at the time and fucking going even further than they'd already gone. Like it just feels like that. It feels really fucking dodgy.
Yeah, I agree. Like this, like what he like him going about like the effectiveness of corporal punishment and its legality. That's a complete fucking like red herring. It's completely irrelevant to the allegations against him.
Yeah, like none of the people he would like. I understand that sort of trauma. Like I was abused growing up. Not I just got a hanky panky from the teacher when I did the something wrong. I grew up in an abusive household where I got shit beaten out of me, and he's going on about
No,
fucking just getting spanked. Like, mate, there's much more to child abuse than fucking spanking. You fucking overprivileged piece of shit. Like it's bad.
I mean, bro, even
It's
I've been
bad,
fucking
but there's
spanked
worse
before.
shit out there we need to be talking about, not fucking, like, this should be talked about in context with the wider issue when it's the context to talk about that issue. And you should be talking about the wider range of child abuse, not just corporal punishment in the range of spanking. No, mate, people get chairs thrown at them and they get psychologically abused and a lot of other stuff like that. It ain't just fucking being hit, it ain't just being battered. There's a lot more to fucking growing up in an abusive household than being told to shut up and being spanked if you don't. But also,
And it's like
he was fucking accused of running off to wank in toilets after speaking to people about the child trauma that they went through growing up. I don't think I have to tell people how fucking atrocious that is.
not even just atrocious, it's fucking gross.
It's fucking horrific. This thing's glitched out. Like, I can only see it when I press F. And when I press F out, it'll show me OBS rather than the actual page I'm on. Like, taking the HDMI lead out made things invisible. So I think it was the NVIDIA. My NVIDIA graphics card's having a moment.
Particularly sexual undertone to it. Pain is inflicted on a
Intel
specific
will do the
part of the
trick.
body. It often includes forced nudity.
Really quiet. I hope everyone can hear it. I do apologize. Fucking.
I can hear it, though it's definitely quieter than us.
I'll put the. We got subtitles. We'll go back and get the full fucking range of that shit, man. Like, so people get what we're talking
Does apply
about.
to me. I do, like many of you, have abuse in my personal history, and it has affected me as an adult. I would have preferred to keep this private, but it is now all over the internet. Now, spanking isn't just my deep, dark personal secret. It's America's deep, dark secret.
Such an
19
obfuscation.
U.S. states still allow for
Literally,
punishment
like,
in
it literally
public
has nothing to
schools.
do with the
There's not a
allegations
day
against
that
you.
goes by
If
in
anything, it
Alabama
might be
or
like
Mississippi or
related to like
Texas
bring up,
that some
oh, my
school
parents beat the
child
shit out of
isn't
me when I was a
struck
kid.
with a heavy piece of wood by a
But
teacher,
even if,
someone who's
okay,
supposed to
even
be their
if you were
caretaker.
fucking like beaten and abused
Now,
as a
studies
kid,
show that corporal punishment is an
that doesn't like
ineffective
change
and
the fact that
harmful
you're like
way
a
of raising a
fucking
child.
sexual abuser. Like there are like totally like, I mean, you could like get like a partner who's into BDSM or something without like fucking manipulating the people who are a part of your organization
I mean,
and who are put into a, like trying to make people like fucking.
I'm not one to fucking kink shame and all that, but I think that like in general, like because there's some sides of BDSM's like fine, sure, but with the abuse kinks that people have about abusing each other and going down on shit like that I can't stand that. As someone who went through a lot of abuse and trauma in my life, I find that to be abhorrently disgusting and basically trauma worshipping, and like that just like and like like worshipping the effects that can come out of suffering from these things. It scars you for life. You don't want PTSD. PTSD will fucking never leave you in your wake or your sleep. No, like, that's fucked up shit. And then the way that he was going about it, he's getting off on child abuse. He's not just getting off on the fact that he went through abuse in his life. He's physically getting off on stories of people's child abuse. I'd like fucking if I can be asked, I'll do the control F at the end of this thing and see if I can find it in the script of the article thing that was posted, because it's in there. He went off and wanked in toilets when people told him about the child abuse that they've been through.
Literally fucking pig.
And we know about the compound idea too, so.
Furthermore, the way we practice corporal punishment in Anglo countries has a particularly sexual undertone to it. Pain is inflicted on a specific part of the body. It often includes forced nudity and other humiliations. The United States needs to join with 128 other countries and outlaw the practice of corporal punishment in school. Parents need to be educated
I
about more
agree that
healthy
you should
ways of
ban
disciplining
corporal
their
punishment in
children.
schools,
We as
but
a
this is still an
society need to get
obfuscation.
past this harmful practice.
The whole analogy of being like fucking being sexual, that's a bit weird. Like, I don't get that. I guess what's it, if you fucking if you're into that shit, maybe it goes down that way, but I don't find fucking being physically attacked a fun situation. It maybe spices things up. I'm a prude, but fucking what's
I'll
it?
put this out there. I've been spanked. I have been spanked before. I have never fucking thought, "Ooh, yes, hit me harder, daddy." But you know, Caleb Maupin has.
Fucking hell.
Imagine Caleb Maupin's in the bedroom, like, "Oh yes, hit me hard." Wait, hang on, let me do it right. Oh yes, hit me harder, daddy.
His father's just looking back at him like, "What the fuck are you doing?" What's it? The guy was paying for fucking. He was paying for fucking his members to do it to him.
So now he's so fucking like hit starved.
Oh yeah, that's what the noise would be. What's it? Fucking.
He's like, oh
I,
yes.
I don't like shaming anyone for how they sound, but Caleb Maupin does sound like he drinks too much caramel. He needs to stay off the caramel.
Okay, Caleb Maupin, he deserves it. Okay.
Morpus shittiest. The document, I have it named as Morpinus Maximus because it's his magnum opus. We're like, me and my mate were talking
reminds me of,
earlier, my comrade,
Life
when
of
we were
Brian
speaking
Skit.
like, is this gonna be his Waterloo or is this gonna be his big return? I wonder how like extensive the conversation with RT was about this, because they've got to have found out. I mean, they've got to be the ones helping him film this. I doubt Caleb just owns 3 fucking reporter cameras in his fucking shitty New York flat.
Yeah,
You can hear a Russian
Russia
lass
Today
at the
probably
end.
doesn't even care.
You can hear a
Like,
Russian
Russia
lass at
Today
the end
will-
speaking as well.
Oh, you can?
Yeah, yeah. Spoilers.
Oh, Dark Novia, we're still talking about this fuck because it's funny.
It's like it's not something I'm not bringing back Mop and Watch. That's why it doesn't have the name. He's not worth that shit anymore. It's just like a condemnment point of like, yeah, no, this guy was called out as a sex pest. He's a problem. His return should be seen as nothing more than a diabolical person trying to make a comeback that everyone needs to tell to fuck off.
Yeah.
That's why it's labeled as comedy in the genre. I did that
Is
for the
it
Queen's
really?
death as well. Yeah, yeah, it's labeled comedy.
That's funny.
He's not worth news and politics anymore. That's the real issue. This is like as angsty as you can get with like YouTube labeling. It says, "Oh, I forgot I can tag him in it. I'm gonna tag him in it when the video's over." Fucking. I think he's still got me blocked though. I'll tag him anyway because if he searches it, it should still come up. He commented on one of my first videos on him. I think it was my first video on him. Or it was the second one. Yeah, it was the one after I had made a video telling them, like, yo, man, like, I don't know why you're being so restrictive and all that. Like, you just need to come sit down and have a chat. I tried being nice. I went and got, like, pictures of him from back in the day where he was, like, actually doing rebel shit. I was like, bro, what the fuck was this? You used to, like, go around and actually do things. Like, where's this Caleb Maupin? Now he's some suit wearing fucking, you know, piece of shit. He didn't respond well. I didn't get any response then. And then I did a video calling him out for literally doing fucking, whataboutism regarding ethno-nationalism. Someone said to him, quote, in the fight against Maoism, would it be right to support ethno-states? And he turned around and went, well, what do you mean by ethno-states? Is France an ethno-state? Is US an ethno-state? Is Israel an ethno-state? I don't know.
Objectively, no. I mean, Israel is an ethno-state, but the United States and France are not ethno-states. They're multi-ethnic and they're empires.
Well, I mean, the US is kind of complicated because apartheid didn't technically end in the US. But
well,
yeah,
I mean, it's like,
it is still multicultural.
You define like an ethno-state as being a state that like is solely comprised of a particular minority. The United States and France are not ethno-states.
Okay, yeah, no, actually, yeah, you've got me there with the semantics. But you know what I'm getting at with like the white nationalism of America sort of still dominates.
Yeah, I know what you mean. The thing is, I'm like in philosophy, so I have to be a pedantic little bit.
But like he is sort of like trying to therefore conflate a surplus white population with like an actual ethno state. That's why he did whataboutism, and that's what Caleb always does when he doesn't want to like say the bad thing. He'll just do whataboutism. It's like, this is fucking obvious.
Right.
Like, how can people not see this? Fucking people don't criticize
Like, you can
enough.
be against two things.
Pardon.
Like, just because like you don't like one side doesn't mean you have to fucking support the other side. Just don't like the United States doesn't mean you have to support Russia and China, for example, you know?
Anti-Americanism doesn't equal anti-imperialism. Trademark. You can't use it without paying me now. I've trademarked it. Fuck you. Where's my
Can
money, huh?
I have a
Sorry.
can I have a license to use it?
Yeah. Free association license, so it make people get annoyed.
Hell yeah.
What's it? But Memuth aside, yeah, no, like it's good to be anti-America. America, just like Britain, is a colonial construction of white supremacy, but it needs to be more than that. A lot of people don't know that Russia has a very similar set of conditions to the UK in the sense that the Rus originate from Sweden, and the Slavs, well, they're you know, they're the fucking, I think they descend from Mongolians. I might be wrong. There's a lot of descendancies. The Slavs are a mixed group.
Slavics
Mixed groups of different people that were slaves, but the Slavs are the lower classes of Russia, and most of the Russian oligarchy are actually Scandinavian. Dugin's fucking one of those Scandi Russians.
I mean, regardless of like the ethnicity, what is undeniable is that the Russian Empire was a state which forcefully conquered, genocide, assimilated, and repopulated peoples, which is why there are Russians from Moscow to Vladivostok. And what was also undeniable is that
The caste system.
in the Soviet Union, oh yeah, there was that caste system too. But what's also undeniable is that in the Soviet Union, Russian nationalism was revived, especially like after like Khrushchev took power and under later leaders too.
Yeah, absolutely.
And under this Russian the Russians continued to essentially exploit the other nations of the USSR. And even now today, the Russian Federation is still engaging in the suppression of national liberation movements like
the Tatar
Chechnya
people that are undergoing
and
fucking
Yakutia,
genocide again.
and is, yeah, the Tartars too. And then there's also the the exploitation of local neighbors and like intervening in foreign politics, everyone forgot about this, but like a few months, protesters were protesting for like democracy and shit because the Kazakh government was a fucking Russian puppet, and the Russian government sent in troops to put it down. And of course, there's the
Absolutely.
war in Ukraine, but
Bro, it's like I heard that like the Poles and all that were all fucking like when you actually look at the annexed regions, the majority of people didn't actually want to join. Apparently, like there was like a twist in the polls, and like the original polls were a lot different to what the closer polls to when the annexation happened. I can't remember the full details of it because I got a brain of a fucking what's it. I got a brain of a dog, so it's fucking ADHD. It's not very good on the memory, but the fucking shit. What I was gonna say. Yeah, like the fucking the big obvious thing about Russian imperialism and its Tsaristic context would be the will to annexize Ukraine and the bastardization of Lenin and Stalin's defense of Ukrainians' the right to exist as a nation. Like Ukraine had the right to secede from the Union. It was Trotsky that decided against that. Every fucking part of the Union had the right to secede. Lenin was the one who turned around. I was like, "Yo, anyone you want to leave? Like, we're about to do a communist Soviet
Putin
Union thing. Yeah, do you
himself-
want to leave?"
Putin himself has been cited as saying that Ukraine shouldn't exist, and like he says that Ukraine was made reason, and that Ukraine has always historically been part of Russia since the Kievan Rus, as if like there's any fucking parallel between the Kievan Rus and the Russian Federation.
Well, I mean,
Ignore
what's
the
it?
fact
The
that they're like
Kievan,
1500 years separated.
but the Kievan Rus. The reason why they're celebrating around that is because of that Scandinavian aristocracy. They are the Kievan Rus. That's why there's sectors of Ukraine that can get support from them, and Khrushchev's colonialism is paying off for them. People seem to forget Khrushchev did settle colonialism in Ukraine and Belarus. That's why there's a large Russian population. I'm sorry, but at the end of a war, you don't go, okay, how do we fix the population? Oh, let's send different peoples over there. No, what you do is you allow those populations to grow naturally, as populations do. Silly fucking goat. Sorry,
They did in Kazakhstan too, and at one point, Russians in Kazakhstan outnumbered local Kazakhs.
Jesus Christ.
So after the collapse of the Soviet Union, they all went back to Russia for them. I mean, not all of them, but a lot of them. But there's still a very large Russian minority in Kazakhstan.
Fucking, I mean, what's it? Fucking, it's quite interesting that the US and Russia are such a close tie with Kazakhstan. When Russia stomped in there with troops against Kazakhstan, they didn't have a problem. Funny that.
Yep.
But guys, Russia and US
And
are
this is
totally
also
just like the
not-
opposites of like different systems. You know, like the capitalists listen to Putin and the capitalists listen to Xi Jinping. So both countries are definitely socialist, guys.
Yeah, Jack Ma, socialist billionaire. He's gonna lead the way to socialism. I'm
Guys, the
telling you.
KPRF says Putin's pretty decent, so it must be all right. You know, KPRF, the guys whom initial manifesto was written by Alexander Dugin. It's like he's fucking everywhere. You know what I found out recently is that a lot of right wingers in Europe, like a lot, really like Dugin, including Nick Griffin, the leader of the former British British Nationalist Party. What's the difference?
I mean, Nazi just means National Socialist.
Yeah, but it's more so the fact that these guys are like outright fascists. The guy has a bust of Oswald Mosley on his desk to this day.
Ugh.
But yeah, no,
listen,
he's
guys,
your
I have a
typical
confession to
brand of
make. I'm
British
gonna-
racist as well.
Is he a libertarian Mosleyist?
Nah. He's an outright fascist. But just like
Ugh.
Mosley, a fucking what's it? Pan-Europeanism ensues, but he wasn't a fan of the EU. Nick Griffin wasn't. Um, Britain had hoped to be the leading country in the EU, with them taking a big role in forming the EEC. I don't think Britain was very happy when France and Germany both overtook them. I'm like, oh, okay.
That's probably like one of the reasons why they actually ended up leaving.
Well, it's why we always kept one foot out the door. We never actually took the euro on or anything like that. We were always half in, half out. They wanted us to take the euro on. And if I remember rightly, I think the euro is based off of the euro dollar, which was invented in the UK. It was a way of getting out of having to use the US dollar. So it was avoiding the US petrodollar, essentially. So people could buy without being on the US market.
Actually, I have a question. Do you think the UK leaving the EU is a good thing overall?
Yes. The EU is an imperialist union. If you separate in these groups, it makes more conflict. Now the UK had two options: do Kanzak and go on its own, or do Kanzak and join with the US. And it seems like it's doing the latter, forming a union with the US and doing big British Commonwealth plus. I can't say for certain. I don't know for sure yet, but that seems the likely pathway that Britain's gonna go. And while that might give Britain an advantage in restoring itself to some form of former glory, unfortunately, it also splits the EU up from the UK, which it would have had a better time with. The EU is already an economy that's equivalent to the US or China. If the UK had stuck with them, the US would have had to fucking falter with its fucking, falter with shit in its own hands, or join with China, which it'd never do, or join with Russia, which it nearly did but failed to do because the Democrats got sus. What's it? But the EU would have had a stronger chance of combating it out with China as just two forces, and the US would have faltered. Now, if you've got it this way, you've got the US and the UK, the Anglosphere, you have the EU, you have China, and you have Russia. China and Russia's alliance here is going to be shaky because Russia still has land China wants. So their alliance is kind of similar to the Germans and the Japanese, where they're both pretty pissed at each other still because the Germans armed the Chinese and the Japanese took German territories in World War One, and we know how much Hitler was a real piss shitty about German territory in World War One. Fucking
Right.
Bavarians larping as Prussians. Fucking lol.
He's not even a Bavarian. He's an Austrian.
No, he was a Bavarian that lived in Austria, if I remember rightly. Like, I think his dad was Bavarian and his mom was Austrian Jewish.
Oh, so then that means he's like half German. But I mean, Austrians were Germans, kind of. So.
But yeah, no. So I remember my German friends saying that they find it funny that English people call it all Germany because, like, you know, like, I guess you say Germania, like the Germanic peoples goes wider than Germany. English people are Germanic people. Well, we're Germano-Franco-Greek. We're a mess. But we're still technically Germanic. Our language is a Germanic language. It's not a Romantic language, even with the French in it.
I mean, if you think about it, we're all Germanic people, so we should all be united under the Reichskommissariat, right?
I mean, what's it? Sus things about, like, post ML party, German Democrat, Deutsche Democratic Republic. Fucking, they had a train line called Reichsrail.
Oh my god!
For those that don't know, Reich doesn't just mean like kingdom; it means empire. Like it's like a Roman tie over. Yeah. Like the Reichstag is like the center of empire. If I remember rightly, I might be wrong. Cringe for me, my German comrades, and then correct me if I'm incorrect.
Has left so many hidden scars and wounds on so many of us. I'm deeply moved by the number of people in my community who reached out to me and said that they have experienced similar things in their life, and I know that I'm not the only person who's been affected this way. So now on to the matter at hand. What did I do wrong? Well, I brought my personal life into a political space, and I shouldn't have done that. And to everyone who was affected by that, I deeply apologize. I've taken time off to get the help I need to make sure I do not make this mistake again.
What do you mean? Because rehab is a hell of a lot longer than just, what has it been, like 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
It's been a couple of months. Like
Normally
2 or
it's
3
like
months,
a 14-week program at least for rehab, but a lot of them are 36-week programs, so he's not been to any rehab center to deal with it. He also hasn't addressed the problem as like actively engaging in being a sex buyer, and then also manipulating people into being in poverty so they could become mistresses for you for fucking dirt cheap to then pay you money anyway. That's the problem. It's not just the fact that like you brought it into the workspace and it's your personal thing. It's the fact that you sexually exploited women. If you're still doing this outside of the workspace, it is still a problem.
Yeah, like he's literally like he's a fucking pig. He's disgusting. He should when he looks in the mirror, he should be ashamed of himself.
He is. He's a fucking piece of fucking shit. What's it? You know, people like that, if they were down in the fucking lower classes, they wouldn't be fucking walking at the very least. Like, people like that at least get their legs broken, if not killed. If he was in a prison environment and they knew the type of things he's done to sexually manipulate people, he'd be dead. Or fucking, at the very least, someone would be bending him over, and it's not the right way to deal with it, but someone would be fucking giving him the fucking taste of his own medicine. He would be getting fucking messed up. I'm not saying this is a good way to deal with it, but that's the thing. You don't understand the world that we live in and how bad it is and the type of terrible things that go on. Down in the lower classes, that shit won't fly. You wouldn't be fucking able to live and breathe if people fucking know that you're doing shit like that down there and you're about down there. Like, genuinely, fucking Caleb Maupin really will want to take that into consideration the next time he walks down fucking dark end streets and people find out who he is, because people will not take people like him and give him mercy. You've lost mercy when you become a sexual predator. That's what I'm trying to explain here. I'm not condoning bad forms of violence. I'm just saying that when you become a sexual predator, mercy's off the table, you piece of shit.
And the other thing about it is, like, with him, when you, like, have a bunch of fucking money and you have, like, your own little personality called around people, so you get people, like, donating you money, and you have, like, a fucking ideological organization, which is really just a fucking private corporation for you. You are a Caleb Maupin, the petit bourgeois, because of his relationship of ownership relative to it. And so, like, I would say that Caleb Maupin, he, like, because of that wealth and power that he has, cannot be held accountable for his actions, essentially. And he's a higher tier than the rest of us. I think he thinks he's better than us, because I bet for a fact that, like, if some if someone, like, he found out that, like, someone else was doing it, he probably would have condemned it before. But now that he's been outed as doing it, he's gonna try to fucking downplay it because he's no principle.
Absolutely. And fucking, what's it? The fucking... It's the matter of fact of things as well. Like, he's been absolutely reductive. He's like, I'm not even going to answer to all of it. Yeah, no shit, you're not going to answer to all of it. There's literal messages from your wife saying you're going to make a compound of kids in the fucking woods. He's not just a fucking pedophile. He's like the cartoon example of a pedophile. Like, as stereotypical as it comes.
And not only that, he, like, fucking... He thinks he's in the right too. Is the thing.
he either thinks he's in the right or like he thinks it's acceptable to do what he's doing. He doesn't even have like some sort of like illusion that he's doing something wrong when he does what is wrong. You can tell that he does it because he fucking brags about it.
Sign of someone with sociopic fucking issues is when they have no remorse. Like the way he apologizes, it's like it's the way he does a lot of his statements where it's like he'll say something that sounds sound and then he'll go, however, that daunting, always clench your ass if you ever hear a sentence similar to or exactly going with the statement of, and then following up with a what if or however, but, or anything in between, because that is always something where it's going to be completely contradictive to what they have painted the initial picture of, and the rest of this video gets into that sort of shit as well.
I mean, if someone says I'm sorry and then follows it up with however, they're not sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but your sorry isn't a true sorry. Sorry. We're
Yeah,
going Canadian.
I'm sorry, but like you did this and it's okay what I did. Fuck you.
Can you see the fact that there's like light shining from it? Is this something he's chose to do? What the fuck is going on with YouTube? My video's not doing that. Why is his? What? people in the stream can't see, but like on his video, I think he selected this to happen. There's like a light thing effect coming from the edge of the box. Oh my god. Like this is like out of the textbook of like religious evangelicalism. Man's making himself look like Jesus. Dark
Our Father
Caleb
who art in
Rising.
heaven, hallowed be thy name. I don't remember the rest of the Lord's prayers.
Hallowed spank thy hiney.
Oh, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Spank me harder, daddy.
Spank thee till kingdom come.
Oh my god.
Spank thee till Caleb comes. Oh man, we might dip into the file at the end because there's some funny things. Oh
He's a fucking spanky
So let me
twinkie.
emphasize, all that I'm accused of is a
Wanky
few
the
interactions,
spanky.
mostly conversations with consenting adults. And that's all I'm accused of doing.
yeah, but it's the fact that you were wanking over shit that they were telling you about in their childhood in fucking bathroom stalls, like a fucking a really weird, creepy, pervy, angsty fucking teenager that really needs to be told off and explained to what social customs are, and fucking that maybe he might want to go see a therapist about his interests. Like that's
And
the
the fact
thing.
that you fucking gaslighted this person and manipulated them and made them lose their job, basically lumpen-proletarianized them, threw them into like the bottom rungs of class society, and then took advantage of them and their fucking situation, which you put them in, fucking buying sexual favors from them.
What's it? A thing that we should probably do at the end, and we've got two options. We could either play Jason reading out number two's thing, member number two, or I could read it out in stoner fashion. Jason will be
Jason
clear.
Unruh?
Yeah, Jason did a video on it like a while ago when the thing came out, so I can always play Jason reading the file out on video at the end, because the number two really gets into that like forced lumpenization that was pushed on them. Like Caleb bastardized the lumpen proletariat all the fucking time and then forced lumpenized these people. Accused them of being drug addicts when they weren't. And even if they were, and what? Why the fuck are you forcing them into that position in the first place? If they got to do something to survive, I understand. You shouldn't have been forcing them in that place in the first place when apparently he's worth $2 million.
He's worth $2 million?
Apparently. I mean, what's
Jesus
it? I've seen a picture of him at the top of a balcony of his home, and his dad lives on farmland. His dad was the one of the the CEOs of many charities in his time. Like he's been board members of several charities.
Okay, so Caleb Maupin has always been petit bourgeois.
He's a trust fund baby, basically. You know, he come off the
Ugh.
back of his dad working for charitable trusts, which is the actual name of what charities are. Now, charitable trust is some old like British thing that like it comes from feudalism, I think, and it's evolved a hell of a lot since then. But like charities, non-profits, what they mean is that it's personal profit. That's what it means. Like these non-profit organizations, they pay like hundreds of thousands to sometimes 200s of thousands for people to sit on board members. There are people who run charities that are paid more a year than prime ministers and presidents. Which prime minister and presidents shouldn't be paid shit tons anyway, but you know how much they're paid. I mean, Prime Minister of Britain, I think, is paid like 200 and some £1,000 a year. And they get a free house. Same as in America, free fucking house. White House needs to be burned down again. In a video game, of course, but needs to be burned down again.
In a video
Canada.
You know, we need to maintain. We need to keep the White House, and you know why we need to keep the White House.
What's it?
We need to keep so that we can announce the dissolution of the USA from the fucking steps of it.
What's it? After fucking what's it? The sitting president should get the treatment that oppressed communities got for fucking well over centuries in there, and they should be lynched on this fucking balcony of the White House. I think that would be a symbolic situation to deal with that fascist piece of shit. Whomever is in power, they will be a fascist regardless. We know.
Yeah, whoever is in power at that time, you think they're gonna be basically Hitler.
I mean, you could actually tell with a lot of the way Trump styles himself that he's a very big fan of Mr. Hitler, which is no surprise because he's a Jacksonite, like Andrew Jackson. Right. Andrew Jackson is like one of the first Democrats, if people know.
And this is back when the Democrats were like the Southern Slavery Party.
Yeah. Trump is a traditional Democrat and actually gets along well a lot with the third way Democrats. People like the Clintons. Yeah, it's a big funny ruse that they actually hated each other. No, they used to be great friends. That's why Trump was actually we shocked when Hillary came at him, because it was Bill that told him to run. Fucked. I think they wanted an easy win. I thought they thought Trump would be an easy win. That's why they didn't allow him in there, because they thought he would lose if he ran as a Democrat. So they pushed him off. They would have fucking won. Because I think they wanted Hillary's fascism to get in, because they wanted to get into a warring situation with Russia sooner than they already did. I think the fact that they didn't get into war with Russia until now, when they're not actually properly at war with them yet, has put them in a position where they're a bit offended because they're delayed. Russia's managed to gain more strength because Russia's rising out of being a ruined empire when the Soviet imperial bloc was torn apart. Them being a rising empire gives them somewhat an advantage as time goes by, because the US is already the most powerful empire years ago. Now they've dwindled in strength as other empires have gained in strength. And things
nowhere for the US to go but down.
The US is now no longer the big sole powerful empire that rules over everyone. The UK is now paying a lot more into NATO. And so here's a hint for people about how NATO works. In NATO, it's a finance capital organization. The more finance capital you put in, the more power you politically have to exert in NATO. That's just the way it's going to work. That's where the US was the big capital investor, while the others paid very little, because it got the US basically complete control over NATO. Not anymore.
Yep.
NATO might split.
Oh, one thing. Yeah, the United States. It's like, how do I describe this? I'm like trying to translate the idea in my brain into human words.
Oh, that's one of the fucking hardest problems of ADHD is it gets you caught in one of them fucking moments where it's like, I know the thought is a feeling, but I don't know it in verbal language. Fuck.
Right. I think I like sometimes you just like reach like the barrier of, like what fucking human language can do when you have ADHD.
I think as well with like because of hypersensitivity with autism, the empathic hypersensitivity makes us like really comfortable with more emotional communication than verbal than verbal communication. So like it's more easier to put things in a more emphatic tone in your head than it is to word it out. Normally when you word it out, you'll just speak your thoughts as you're going along them, because then you can also operate with the thoughts in your head and your spoken voice and operate in context and actively criticize yourself as you're thinking about things.
Right.
Over left side brain activity, it makes us over analytical. People say like we're talking shit when we tell people that autism makes you really fucking hyper analytical. We're not fucking lying. It's overactive left brain activity.
But to be fair, I do talk a lot of just straight shit.
Trust, like it's why like it takes hours to get through 20 minutes of video.
Seriously, man, that's ADHD. Dude, we made it 3 minutes in.
This is pretty good for me.
Oh man, ADHD is awesome.
It is because you just you just go on for ages. It just and you got to think about like some of like people like Lenin, where like he had like the sleep pattern of a fucking of some of ADHD. Man, then was up at like 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, writing theory, ringing comrades, waking them up, telling them to fucking calm down, and just talking theory with them in his underwear, wearing a suit jacket and a shirt and all that, with his cats around.
You know what I really wish I could do?
Go on.
I really wish I could be elected as United States Senator, and you want to know why?
Go on.
I can literally go on and talk endlessly for fucking hours, right?
Just
Imagine the
grandstand.
power that I would hold with the filibuster.
Yeah, because it gives you the ability to fucking basically lock down the fucking Senate and just speak for hours if you really wanted to. So
It's
funny. So why doesn't Bernie Sanders ever do that? Like, everyone gets all hopped up on Bernie Sanders. Why isn't he locking down? Locking things down and making long, dreary speeches about how the country's abandoning the working class. Man, then was more bothered about the middle class. The little piece of shit. He probably liked Trump because Trump actually expanded the middle class in his time. It went from somewhere in the top 40% to somewhere in the mid 50% for middle income earners in America.
I'm gonna put out there, like, when these fucking politicians say that we need to save the middle class and that we care about the middle class, they're not talking about the working class. They're talking about the fucking petite bourgeoisie.
And the labor aristocracy. It's about protecting empire. I heard from a German comrade that like a good fucking 70-80% of German society is middle income. So Germany is a fucking
that is
powerful
statistically
force.
impossible.
That's just empire. You buy everyone off.
Right. I mean, I don't like fully subscribe to like the three worlds there. Like, I still think that like the first world people can be revolutionary, but at the same time, I feel like.
So three worlds was some fucking zoo and line bullshit. Third worldism is more like about like, okay, well, empire has a factor of being able to buy off a certain element of the population, so it's always a good at least half of the population or more is bought off, because it allows a distinct function of structure that creates this veil of capitalist realism where society seems a lot more functional and a lot harder to ever defeat, where people get cemented in this mentality of there's nothing that can be done, especially with the prevailing individualist ideology and the alienation that comes from the expulsion of labor abroad. The the pointation is that if the third world countries are to revolt, which they have a greater chance of doing so, it diminishes the ability to buy people off. There are elements of first world society that can be revolutionary. Lower sectors of the proletariat and the lumpen proletariat especially. But a lot of first world Marxists don't want to organize the lumpen proletariat. They get spooked by us.
I absolutely do want to organize the lumpen proletariat under the leadership of the Proletarian Party.
What's it like? Some of the most well-read Maoists that I've encompassed and come across in my time have been like people who spent half of their life homeless, and it's like, you know, when you put literature in the hands of people who have the experience of being in poverty, being poor, struggling through life, they can command that experience. Sorry, command that theory a hell of a lot better than any petty bourgeois fucking tower fucking grown glass of fucking glass cannon of a revolutionary. And I'm not trying to shit on them entirely. Like, I think there's people, I love them people to become communists, but they gotta know as communists that they won't ever be able to command theory as well as a proletarian intellectual and a lumpen proletarian intellectual, because it's the organic intellectuals that will be the new intellectual as we confine into the next society and the new academia is created. Gramsci talks about this, but the what's it, and so does Engels to a degree, but he doesn't use the term organic intellectual. He uses new intellectual, I think.
Engels, here's what Engels did. Engels fucking got off his high horse, left his fucking factory, left his nice little house, and he like literally went into like the most disgusting, slimy backwaters of the freaking English like tenements.
Yeah, like, his working class Irish girlfriend took him around the darkest streets of Manchester.
Like, he literally physically observed the conditions of the working class. Now, all these petite bourgeois intellectuals, how often do you see them actually talking to working class people and going into poor communities and seeing how they live and trying to organize them? You fucking don't. Stalin
was a factory worker. After he had petty bourgeois degrees, he could have gone and been a priest, but he went and be a factory worker. And then you have Lenin. I think it was when he was in Germany. I think Lenin was a steel worker at one point, though. I think.
Was he?
I think so, because he was under disguise at one point. I think his name was Pedro or something when he was in Germany. I might be wrong.
I think either he was a lawyer or his parents were lawyers.
Yeah, he was a lawyer in Russia. I know that. But I think when he went into hiding, he had to like eventually at one point live a poor life in Germany with no money to his name, as Pedro. I think that was his name. Lenin's had many names.
Too dangerous for the SDP.
Fucking SDP! Oh my god.
I hate that fucking party with a burning passion.
Some of the worst ever social democrats came from that party, and anyone that tries to say social democracy isn't fascism, I just have to go and look at the SPD. Some SPD members actually liked the coming of the Nazis. The Nazis didn't like them liking them, though.
The SDP literally created the Freikorps, which literally went on to become the fucking SS.
Yep. And the Kautsky, when he claimed after the SPD came to power that this is the coming revolution, we've taken our power, he got told off by the leader. The leader of the country was like, "Well, no, I can't be saying shit like that." Yeah.
Well, I remember one time I was arguing with like some American social democrats about, because they're like, you like want to improve the conditions of the working class, and I was like, yeah, and like, then why don't you just vote for social democracy? And then I was like, because the social democrats fucking allowed the fucking rise of like fascism, like literally everywhere. Like they literally, like the SDP did this, and the SDP did that, and the SDP did this, and if you look at like Mussolini, the social democrats literally became the fascists.
I mean, Strasserism tries to model itself as sticking to the socialist elements of fascism and constantly tries to advertise itself like that. There's a party in Britain called, quote, the Socialist Motherland Party, end quote. Yeah, they're dodgy as fuck. They're like crazy strasserists. Like there's some really dodgy shit going on there.
Like, one thing that I can say that I'm very proud of as a communist is that communists have always been the last line against fascists. We've always been the ones who are unwilling to compromise with them. And sometimes that's led us to be persecuted. But ultimately, history will prove us right. History will absolve us.
Revolutionary suicide is an important component of an organized organization. That was a mouthful.
Revolutionary what?
A revolutionary suicide is an important component of a revolutionary organization. Kaiserism is not a process of the proletarian struggle. Other revolutions in the past had Kaiseristic movements, and this is a comment that needs to be made about them. Those revolutions always went halfway. Like, the leadership of Kaiserism throughout feudalism kept the stain of slavery through serfdom. When capitalism came along, slavery of chattel was used to build it up along with the serfdom of feudalism, and they merged that into proletarian workmanship and eviscerated the crafts industry of the middle class.
The artisans.
And they compiled that into the new proletariat that was based off of the work committed by chattel and serf. And they then kept the stains of feudalism, mainly the aristocracy's administrative roles within society, and as Gramsci pointed out, their domination of culture within society.
Right.
The cultural hegemonic institutions of capitalist society are dominated by bourgeois economics, and the bourgeoisie are the reason why these things can ever have enough funding to exist. I mean, that's the way everything in the society operates, unless obviously you've got the other forms of capitalist society that do not have a capitalist class, but the petty bourgeois fill the boots for that, but that comes into something that comes into the part I'm talking about, but I'll get into that in a moment. In a typical capitalist system, the functions of culture, while funded by the bourgeoisie, are not operated by the bourgeoisie. They do not go and read you the news. They don't go and, well, at least most of the time, they don't go and run for office in governments. That's kind of changed a bit now. I mean, we have the richest prime minister ever at the moment. The first prime minister to be richer than the monarch. Billionaire Trump in power. I know it does happen, but typically it's the petty bourgeoisie and the lower sector of the bourgeoisie and the political, not what's typically dubbed the political class that runs these things, not normally capitalists directly, other than obviously us having a monarch, but that's another complicated thing I'll get into in a moment. The petty bourgeoisie, which you could call the bourgeois aristocracy, they're the feudal aristocracy remodelized into the bourgeois system. They operate the cultural and political functions in society for the most part on behalf of the bourgeoisie, but while they are operating on behalf of the bourgeoisie and while their destiny is tied to capitalism in some form or another, they have their own class interests, and neo-feudalism can go so far as a point where they push for a society where it is capitalist but does not have the capitalists, petty bourgeois socialism.
Right.
What's it? The British system is actually, you could argue, one of the earliest forms of fascism, because the monarchy's restoration as the head of state and the restoration of the British aristocracy into power, you could argue, is a very much mirror image of what the Nazis and the Italian fascists did with their operations of fascists to restore aristocratic power over capital. And I do believe Engels talked about this when he was talking about how the capitalists were basically like, they were like basically they were pining that like it was the aristocracy that brought us from paupers into great fields of wealth higher than that of God-assigned monarchs. And they made this like religious fanaticism of how they need the aristocracy because of how important it was to their development. And it was this like move away from the actual progressive materialist developments capitalism had made. Like they moved away from them.
The King of Italy, like, literally fucking ceded the political power to Mussolini himself.
Yeah, before the march even happened, and Mussolini.
Yeah, before the march even happened. and then Mussolini went on, and like Mussolini was literally like funded by fucking finance capitalists and fucking MI5. Was it MI5 back then?
Yeah, MI6. MI6 is international. MI5 is national.
Oh, maybe it was MI6 then. I'm sorry. I get confused with like MI5. Anyway, MI6. I'm sorry.
They may have still been called SOE at that point in time, which was settled by Churchill. Churchill was very fond of Mr. Mussolini. Oh, has anyone heard about Hitler turning around and going to Mussolini at one point and going, "I am possessed by the blood of an Aryan warrior"?
And Mussolini's like, okay.
He's like, "Oh, what the fuck have I got myself into? Maybe I should have took Churchill's offer in the first place."
Yeah, like he fucking allies with Hitler, like they're in World War III, and like Hitler's like talking about how like the Italians are inferior to the Germans in fucking subhuman relative to the Germans, and he's probably sitting down and like.
Yeah, he had like a percentage rating thing. Like the Scandinavians were the 100% Aryans. The Germans were 80. I don't know what the Italians were. I think the British were only like 30 or 40. I don't know what we did to salty as gravy. Russia scored high.
That didn't even make sense. Like the British, like first of all, the British were like have been like white for like in terms of like skin tone.
Yeah, no, Aryanism, he defined it as like cities, it was like, what is it? Fort doctrine, like cities that have managed to withstand conquest, and like Scandinavia is one of the least conquested regions.
Wait, the British haven't actually been conquered?
We've been conquered a lot.
No, but you guys haven't had a landing from like a foreign power in like a fucking 1,000 years.
Yeah, but apparently that didn't register into his like Romanism. Yeah. Mussolini had higher aspirations of the British. I don't have high aspirations of the British.
I mean, I said it once and I'll say it again. The British aren't people.
What's it? I always talk to people when they identify themselves as British. I always tell myself off if I accidentally do it as well. Is that you shouldn't do it. Like the British identity is a colonial identity that was formed by King Charles II. Ain't my president. Ain't my monarch. Down with the Union.
I could say that I'm not American, but I don't really know what else I would call myself. Honestly,
Yankistan.
Sometimes I do call myself a Yankee as like to make fun of myself.
I always use it as a derogative when I'm joking around with people who are from America. I'm like, you goddamn Yankees.
We are fucking
because it pisses off some Americans because they're like, no, Yankees are only in New York or wherever the fuck it is. I don't.
That's not even
New
true.
York.
Yankees are the North, Dixies are the South.
Whatever the fuck. I don't know. I'm not from America. America is like fucking. It's.
Here's a fun fact that you might want to know.
America doesn't exist.
Calling someone a Dixie is more offensive than calling someone a Yankee.
What if I call him a Dickie?
I don't think that doesn't have the same ring. You could also call someone a Confederate if you really want to piss them off. Unless they're like
I'm just gonna call him a Fed because that's like the go-to for a lot of quote-unquote Marxists these days, where they think that like calling someone a Fed like neutralizes the problem that's arisen. It's like this revisionism doesn't exist because a Fed did it. The Fed might be doing it, yeah, but the revisionism exists because it exists. So, like this was popular amongst people that were not Feds.
Dude, I don't call people Feds. I call them glowies.
There's a problem with like a lot of like people with Caleb Maupin where they're like, to be honest, he has a lot of connections where he probably does have fucking some FBI links. Wouldn't surprise me. Or wouldn't surprise me if he's got Russian intelligence links. Wouldn't surprise me. That's not the reason why his type of line exists though. So it's like a mute point. It's like, yeah, sure. And they exist. Like the problem that is with people like him is the Strasserism, really.
Right.
And the Patsock shit. People get distracted by that. Dengist is the problem. That's where the Machiavellian, Mosleyite type communism is coming from. China's foreign policy actually mirrors some what Mosley said, and I think it was the 70s, where he turned around and said Britain needs to spend less on its military and more on building up the infrastructure of its empire.
Yeah, like the Chinese Communist Party honestly might as well be renamed to the Chinese Fascist Party because that's what they are.
Mosley would be proud, but I mean, all of the Mosleyites in Britain actually quite like China. Nick Griffin said that China is the, quote, perfect example of nationalism in the world today, but confused they are socialist, end quote. Oh, quote, confused they're communist, sorry.
They aren't
My response to
confused.
that is, they're not confused, Nick. They're lying, you fucking twat.
Exactly.
However, immediately after this document was
Oh yeah,
published,
we're watching
the
this
news
video.
article
Sorry
showed
about
up accusing me of sexual
I
assault.
expected
This
that.
document does not accuse me of sexual assault. All over Twitter,
I'm
I've
good
been
at
called
this.
a groomer, a pedophile, and all kinds of things. I've even been called a rapist.
Bruh, you
None
went
of
on
those
about
things are in
Compound in
this
the
document that was
Woods. You're a
published.
pedophile.
It's pretty clear this whole situation is being manipulated by outside forces, but we'll get to that later. Now, one of the most common claims that's been floating around is the
I put him
allegation
into
that somehow
crack
CPI
cocaine
was a,
mode.
quote, sex cult. Well, the accusers themselves, the people who put this document together, were the first to speak up and say that
Or
that's not the case.
amphetamine.
Well, I
Or
appreciate that from them,
MDMA,
but
whichever
they know how
one
the
you
internet
want
works.
that
As
speeds
soon
you
as
It's
up.
not a
published,
sex cult.
immediately,
Just because I tried to extract sexual favors from several people on several occasions using my power, position, and status within this organization, which I owned and operated as a corporation, doesn't mean that it's a sex cult.
Yeah, like, it's like, what in the fuck do you mean there wasn't sex cult shit going on? Your fucking Keaton Mansfield was a Jim Jones enjoyer. Self-admittedly, wanky, spanky, hanky-panky, yanky-tanky before you probably threatened him with a lawsuit or something. That's why he took the video down. I don't know. Or maybe it was like a part of a deal as to why he's now sucking Haz's dick. Fucking he admitted that Keaton Manspread is not only a Jim Jones enjoyer, but when a trans cadre needed a place to sleep because their back was hurting, he sexually exploited them. A guy who's supposed to be wanting to become a priest sexually exploited someone who was in poverty.
The only thing that a principal, if you find out that a transgender cadre in your organization who lost their job because of you needs a fucking place to stay, the only correct response is to just give them a fucking place to stay.
But the thing
put
is
them to
that when
work
they
and-
gave them the bed, they made them share the bed with Keaton. They should have had the bed for themselves, and Keaton should have fucking bunked on the floor with Yankee Tanky and fucking swallowed his pride. You know,
or even like a fucking couch, anything really.
it's just the fact of you know the one time they get to sleep on a bed after being slept on the floor for ages, they're being fucking taken advantage of sexually by a guy who's supposed to be swearing to not ever have sex with anyone as a part of his religion. I mean, typical fucking, Roman Catholicism, what do you expect?
Yeah, fucking Catholics. I swear to God. Okay.
I
if
got
you're
nothing
Catholic,
wrong with
I don't
Christianity,
think
but Romanism is
Just-
fucking terrible. Like, no wonder this power play bullshit comes out of it. Romanism needs to die.
and the like fucking Catholic Church as an institution also needs to fucking die.
It's fucking bankrupt, man. Like, the fact that they just cover this shit up all the time as well.
Alongside all the evangelical fucking churches, those churches are especially bad.
But it's, it goes against the whole, like, you're not supposed to push it on other people fucking policy of fucking religion, or it's like, you know, it's people's choice. Islam fucking gets that right. I mean, the way Islam goes about it, though, is they believe everyone is really, you know, a lost Muslim, and eventually they'll find their way, which I find is beautiful. I think that's amazing. But also as well, certain religions that follow principles that fit the is it 12 pillars of Islam? They will they respect a lot of Muslims will respect them people as like being principally sort of Muslim and sort of way they
like
operate.
with Christians and Jews, Muslims consider Christians and Jews to be people of the book. So Christians and Jews are like treated like very well under Muslim
Well, yeah,
governments.
this is all the
historically speaking.
Abrahamic faith. What's it? I'm an agnostic fellow, but I follow a pan-Abrahamic look at the principles regarding all of that faith, and a lot of what I take comes from Islam because it's got some solid shit. But I also look into Dharma religion, so Sikhism, which is an offshoot from Islam a long time ago. There's a lot more to it than
I'm
that.
definitely an atheist, but I have
I
been
also look at
influenced-
Rastafarianism as well because it's important to a lot of the early developments that inspired Rastafarianism actually come has a lot of influence on the Abrahamic faith as well. Because Africa and West Asia's intersection is a very important part of history.
Like with me, I'm an atheist, but I think I definitely have been influenced a lot by Zoroastrianism, and I think I've been influenced very heavily by like Greek mythology and the ancient Greek religion because I love to make like fucking parallels.
I
with,
love
like,
the fact that
Greek
it's basically
epithets.
just a TV show. Greek comic
Okay.
books.
Oh my god! I just heard like playback on my voice. I sound stupid.
No, you sound fine. Like, what's it? Like, Greek mythology is really interesting because it's very fanciful and full of eccentric stories that tell very interesting principles in life. Some of them are a bit
And
fucked
you
and messed
can
up.
and you can find like an epithet or like that you can use for anything.
What's it? I mean, what's the fucking the thing with both communists and fascists is to both use like Greek theorists as like archetypes of fucking different meanings of peoples, like
Right.
more so in the 19th century and the 20th century, but the fascists still keep it up. I mean, they're really obsessed with Plato.
Plato's fucking stupid.
It's a fucking normie, man.
Like,
Normies get fucked. It's all about fucking being a bit divergent, fam.
Also, fun fact: the ancient Greeks actually invented dialectics. Let me think. What was the name of the guy who invented it? It was this Greek dude. I think his name started with an E. Trying to think.
I know who you're on about 'cause I remember reading about Hegel's discovery of dialectics. Fortunately, not having to read it from Hegel himself. I've tried reading a page of Hegel. I give up.
I've read Phenomenology of Spirit and I took nothing from it. It was a terrible book.
I don't like reading something where I've read half a page and I have not gotten one point. So what is he saying?
Hegel, you have to read 5 pages to understand one of his arguments.
And then it's like, oh, this makes sense. Why didn't you just say this in the first place, you fucking prat?
Yeah, and like I've seen people like literally summarize like all of fucking Hegel in like only a 40-minute lecture. But Hegel feels the need to take like 10 fucking hours to write his damn book.
I'm pretty sure Lenin's book on Hegel's pretty small. I haven't managed to read it yet.
Oh, dude,
But I've been told
Lenin
it's a pretty
literally
short book.
summarized the entire Hegelian dialectic in like 2 pages. Fucking funny, actually.
Lenin slam dunks all the time. Like I love one of the things I love about like principled petty bourgeois comrades that try and commit to the proletarian struggle is they have a level of angst we do not. They just
True.
The savage comebacks. I am not as good as comebacks as Lenin. Lenin just fucking goes on the spicy, and when you really piss him off, he drill tweets. He's the first drill tweeter.
Seriously, let me find my copy of The Proletarian Revolution and Kotsky the Renegade because I'm gonna read something funny about Lenin.
I mean, he's also a bit of an ableist with his comebacks as well, though. Like he literally called left comms, which is actually talking about the Nazbols as well. There, he called Nazbols an infantile disorder. It's a bit ableist, but like savage as well. It's like, fucking hell, Lenin, keep the spicy down. Someone has been putting too much chili on your meatballs.
Seriously. Where is it? I have his damn book somewhere. There it is. Okay, now I gotta find the page. Won't be that
Fucking
far.
what's it? At a moment, my brain's gone flat. Fucking last, you know what's a fucking cool thing? Russian rations. There in a tin. You get fucking bear meat in a tin, and it's like, what? That's some fancy pants fucking living, you know? You're fucking lucky you get tinned beef, and any other place you get just tinned bear steak. That sounds like it'd be tough, but it might taste nice, and like beaver as well. Russian
Right.
rations are mad, or the Soviet rations. I don't know if the Russian rations are even that good anymore. They might still be that good, but the Soviet rations were pretty fucking boss. So I remember watching this ration channel opening up old rations and things. It's some dope ass
Right.
shit.
Also, I found the thing I was looking for.
Blessed things.
Okay. So this is from The Proletarian Revolution and Kautsky the Renegade by Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. It's his polemic against Kautsky specifically. And he wrote, and I quote, "The question of the dictatorship of the proletariat is the question of the relation between the proletarian state and the bourgeois state, between proletarian democracy and bourgeois democracy. This, it would seem, ought to be as plain as noonday, but Kautsky, like a schoolmaster who's just been going over his historical textbooks again and again until he's become dry as dust, persistently turns his back to the 20th and in his faith to the 18th century, and tediously chews for the 1001st time in a number of paragraphs the old and ancient cut about the relation between bourgeois democracy and absolutism and medievalism. What a fruitful occupation in our days! What a lack of understanding of the fitness of things. One cannot help but smiling at Kautsky's endeavors to represent the matter in a way as if there was persons preaching contempt for democracy and so forth. It is by such twaddle that Kautsky has to gloss over and to confuse the question at issue, for he formulates it in the manner of the bourgeois liberals, as if it were a question of democracy in general and not a bourgeois democracy, and even avoids using this precise class term, speaking instead of a pre-socialist democracy. Almost a third of his pamphlet, 20 pages out of the total of 63, is devoted by this windbag to a twaddle which must be very agreeable to the bourgeoisie. And if it paints bourgeois democracy in rosy colors and obscures the question of the proletarian revolution, still, the title of Kautsky's pamphlet, and I could go on and so on, but every single other sentence, he just freaking
You think
rips
it's
this dude.
about
It's
to
so
stop
funny.
being funny, and then he just comes out and says the word twaddle, and it's just like, oh no, it's getting better. It's the way he just comes in flying and kicking. He's like, he's a fucking bastard. He's trying to take us back to the 18th century. The fucking moron.
Like literally reading that book was like one of the most fun pieces of like freaking theory I've ever freaking read in my entire life, because I was just so appalled at how many creative ways Lenin came up with to like insult Kautsky. In fact, he insulted Kautsky in so many ways. I'm convinced that Lenin. I can just imagine him sitting there in his like chair with a piece of paper in front of him and a pen, thinking about all the ways that he could insult Kautsky in a different way than he did before.
He has like his spare notebook on the side to jot out ideas of swears is the best one to go with.
Seriously,
It's savage.
probably did. Oh man, that's a book I'd love to read.
Yeah, I gotta read more fucking read more of Lenin's dunks, because like there's so much Lenin to read, and so much of
I'm
it is
telling
him
you,
pissed off.
if you want a really like funny complete roasting of a polemic, read The Proletarian Revolution and Kautsky the Renegade. It points out like a lot of the revisionist trends that are coming back today, so it's relevant, and God, his roasts are hilarious.
I have been shown certain excerpts from it, so it has been somewhat that's already intrigued me. I've just been a bit
It also
slow when it comes
summarizes
to reading
stuff.
theory, because I'm a bit slow in the brain.
I mean, it also summarizes some stuff from some of his other books,
That's something stuck in my
like
teeth.
The State and Revolution and Imperialism, the High Stage of Capitalism. So it's pretty good for that too.
The always stage of capitalism.
Seriously, I love that book though. That's a great book.
It is a good book. I like the version where it's got the preface added to it, where he fucking goes into greater ordeals about the fucking misinterpretations of imperialism. And there's also Imperialism and the Split in Socialism. That's a good book.
I actually own a copy of The State and Revolution, and I manually annotated the entire book with my a literal pencil.
Stalin's books are all annotated to fuck.
Yeah, someone actually made an entire book about Stalin. I think someone was telling me about that earlier today, where just based off his annotations.
Yeah, and it's like this is the way I try and go about it when I have physical books to read. I have a Maoist book.
I've been trying to annotate my books lately.
I have a Maoist book there that I was given an exclusive ability to buy from
What's it called?
Arizona and Comrades, Third World Liberation, Panther Code, and Marxist-Leninist Maoist Action.
I've never heard of this book.
It's not. I don't think it's actively out. 'Cause I think it's been. I think there's some corrections being made because there's a lot of typos and.
Oh.
Annoyingly enough, I don't think it has a context in it. I think there was something that got on my nerves. Like you can't just there's not a context telling you where to go. Because I won't always read a book in chronological order. I'll go here and there and then sift it about and then eventually. Because I have different processes. You go through the book, you want to make your notes on the different bits on the pages, but then when you go through the next time, you want to get a notepad, and you want to jot notes on a notepad and make more extensive consolidations of the work, and then eventually keep refining your understanding of the works you're getting into, and
then you write your own.
Exactly. I'm trying to write my own thing on the Lumpen-Proletariat. I was actually told by a Panther that I should do that. I was speaking with this guy called Steve Struggle that we engaged with. Yeah, he was part of the Panthers back in the day. He's not a Panther anymore.
Ooh.
And I was telling him about my ideas around the Lumpen-Proletariat, and he asked me if I was writing theory, and I said no. He said you need to start writing theory. We haven't spoken for a while though.
I've never actually met a real Panther, as far as I know.
You never know. This guy's a maths teacher.
The Panthers were everywhere back in their heyday. So I bet if you're talking to an old black Panther, an old black person who was alive during that time, there's a chance they could have been one. But
it's one of them that. The Panthers, they ended a long time ago, so a lot of those old Panthers are just everyday people now.
yeah, they're not exactly staring down the police anymore like they used to.
I mean, a lot of them do programs and projects with people still. Some of them are working with AIM.
With AIM?
The American Indian Movement.
Oh. Is that an organization, or is it just the movement?
Kwame Ture helped start that organization way back in the day. I don't think he was a part of the start of it, but he was a part of the reform of it. I think I can't remember, but he did help write part of their program, and it's got originally had a lot of Gramsciite shit in there. I guess you could call it a constitution, a manifesto. What's it? I cool shit. Kwame Ture is based as fuck, but regardless, I might be getting things wrong.
What book from Gramsci would you recommend?
What's it? The prison notebooks are fucking grand because there's shit tons in there. I'd always start with On Intellectuals. It's at the start anyway, but that's a good piece. He does a great criticism of Machiavelli as well.
I've read Machiavelli actually. He was pretty ass.
Yeah, but
Machiavelli does not understand political power.
Gramsci is using him to criticize fascism as a whole. He's using Machiavelli's archetype of the prince. So he specifically criticizes the work The Prince and looks at its utopian.
Yeah, The Prince is the one that I've read.
And he talks about state and civil society in general is good. you've got see, state and civil society is quite a big area, and that covers things like cultural hegemony and other stuff like that, because it's more like the
I
broad
have a question.
area of which I think the
On the
Machiavelli sector
question
is in
of
as well.
Machiavelli. So on the question of Machiavelli, do you think that Machiavelli wrote The Prince as a parody to make fun of like the fucking monarchy, or do you think that it was actually meant to be used like a novel for how to be a ruthless dictator?
I think it's an archetype for the aristocrat who's above everyone else, because a prince is like the working actuator of a monarchy that takes the heat of power and does the actions that are willed of it. I mean, that's
Apparently,
actually the
like
way
in their
Prince
day,
Charles
monarchs.
and Princess Anne and all them lot are used to go and do the Queen's bidding when she was alive around the Empire, advising all of the dominions.
I mean, apparently, like in their day, like monarchs themselves would read The Prince and use it like to kind of like keep their own power.
But it's like
But the problem is, you got everyone acting like a Machiavellian. No one's really like getting
well, it's
the
the fact
Lego
that like a
from them.
prince is a specific type of aristocrat that has the powers of a monarch, but they're not always the almighty ruler. It's this like this position. A lot of people who want to actually make themselves the king, they'll always envision themselves as the prince, because it makes a lot of their key followers envision themselves as princes. So it just makes a lot of sense that they would then go and uphold the leader of these princes as the new king, in a sense. I mean, if anything, it ends up actually going in the ways of them, enlightening them as a prophet. Hitler is still seen as a prophet by even the fascists that say they don't disagree with his racism. They just say he went too far with it. It's just an interesting note to take. When they say he went too far, they're not disagreeing with what he thought about people who are Jewish or Roma or anything. They don't like the image. They'll probably still do the same shit. They just probably wouldn't do it in a way that got them
It's
a
all
bad
the
image.
optics. Them. They just want the optics.
Yeah.
Also, funny thing is like, speaking of optics, a lot of revisionists like to talk about optics. Like, oh, you can't talk about how good the USSR is. It's bad for our optics. Like, but we want the USSR.
Yeah, bro, it's like if it's bad for our optics, then so be it. Like if you know,
Like, oh, your goals
if
are bad for your
anything, it's
optics.
bad for our optics to keep aligning ourselves with a revisionist country that was literally doing imperialism.
Or
Like, what are the
anything, it's
third world gonna think when they just see everyone in the first world, including countries themselves like China, going, "We're communists, we're communists, we're communists," and then communists in the third world are trying to actually interact with these people, and all they've heard along the international media is this expression of people being communists when they're not. When China is exhumed as the communists around the world. Fortunately, it don't go that way because the fucking third world have their heads screwed on. But you know what I'm saying? Like it don't go well when like if they commit revolutionary struggle, they're going to be afraid that they're never going to have any allies. It's going to put them in a position where they're going to feel like they have to commit concessions to survive, because everyone in the first world wants a capitalist fucking country with petty bourgeois control, and they think that's socialism. That puts people in a position where they don't think proletarian internationalism is going to go down.
I mean, to be honest, the first world Marxists are very bad internationalists.
They don't give a shit about proletarian internationalism. They don't give a shit about the Lumpen-Proletariat, whom in the first world have a closer connection to third world
A lot of them
proletariat
don't even care about
than any
proletariat.
class in the first world. The first world Lumpen-Proletariat has the closest common relationships and material conditions with third world proletarians than any member than any other class in the first world. We actually interact with a lot of the asylum seekers that come over here and become lumpen proletarians. So, you know, we have a closer connection to them, literally. Be nice to get someone who's had to sort asylum on the channel, but it's not an easy thing to ask. You can't just go, oh, would you like to go on my channel? Because you can't be like that. It's a very hard process because it's a lot of these people have been put through a lot of trauma from fucking European people. I come in too hard and heavy. I can incite a lot of trauma and make people feel unnerved and discomforted.
Mm.
Goes with a lot of fucking groups and a lot of minority issues. Like people who smother. That as someone who's disabled, smothering is fucking cancerous. Don't ever do that to disabled people.
I hate being smothered myself, so I imagine it must suck for someone who's physically disabled too.
It's like thinking that, oh, well, they're disabled, so I need people to go and wipe our ass all the time and run around for us. No, 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 no. Just respect us and we'll respect you. That's it. Like, if we need help, we'll ask for it. Well, we'll eventually ask for it after we've hurt ourselves, but we like to do things ourselves, so fucking back off.
Yeah, I mean, like, unless you're like literally like paraplegic or something, I don't think you need to get your ass wiped, you know. And even then, a paraplegic person will ask if they need you to like help them with something.
Yeah, there's still a lot of people would like to do it themselves because it feels really indignifying.
Right.
Talking about indignification.
Anti-China, anti-Russia, bread tube troll jumped on it.
Oh, yeah,
claiming
that
something
guy.
That it wasn't. And they knew that this would happen.
What's
They
it?
did
I have like
was-
fibro fog and ADHD fog, so I'm really bad for forgetting what I'm doing.
At this point, we might as well just fucking rename the stream to something else.
On others in the organization that they
I wanted to invite you on to have a discussion stream anyway because I thought your channel's really good and should be enlightened to my viewers so they can go and give it a watch, Rooney. Especially with the content I've heard that's coming soon because there's some fucking sick shit on the way.
Yeah, I mean, don't get too ahead of yourself. It's still very new, and I'm still very young and stupid.
No, that's it. But there's a problem with a lot of Marxists where they exclude young Marxists. So MRN likes to take a position of bringing these people forward. We even have what's known as MRN Youth, where we don't have any control over it. It's just a platform, young people, so they have they have the ability to be shared about by Jason's channel, which has thousands more subscribers and viewers, so it gives them more content important, but we can't tell them what they can and can't say. It's a freedom of speech and a right to platform because a lot of Marxists in the first world have this terrible notion of excluding young people and pushing away from them when communist groups have always had extensive youth movements.
I honestly like the thing about the thing about people is as they get older, they do have a tendency to get more ideologically entrenched. I know it sounds kind of cultish when I say
Stalin
this.
talked about this.
Young people are very open to new ideas. Just as much as they're not.
Stalin talked about it. You need a balance of both. You need the wise of the old and the new fresh mind of the young, and the symbiosis of these cadres functioning together will get you the direction forward.
Yeah, you don't want your country to be ruled by the 16-year-olds, but you also don't want an ossification of leadership.
Fucking what's it? It's all about I mean, at the end of the day, someone who's 16 should have the legal ability to vote and engage in society. I mean, really, at the ages of 12, 13, people should be getting more into those functions. And I guess in a socialist society, there's even room for certain elements of control over functions within education that you could do, actually take the model of school electorate sort of bullshit and actually to make it into somewhat functional for the education platform, that by the time people are 16, they are actually really, really capable educated voters, and by the time they're 18, they should already be able to run for office with how educated they'd be. The socialist education system would be well extensive, that
we're gonna make
young people in government will be the norm, not the what it is today.
The exception to the rule.
That's the one.
Okay, so I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I read more on economics and politics and sociology and history. I know more about these topics than most adults. In terms of like my history teacher, who teaches a college level class himself, has said that I sometimes speak on a level that's too fucking advanced for him. Yet for some reason, because I happen to be 16 and not 18, I'm not allowed to vote. That's kind of fucking dumb.
Bro, people get their butt up when they're corrected by someone that's like younger than them, especially if they're not over the age of 20, and it's like, okay, if the person is correct, they're correct. Why shouldn't they have the right to speak? It's buffoonish to me. At the end of the day, a Falcone General, fucking, they're 15. The amount of time Falcone General has absolutely obliterated me on things regarding like Gonzalo or other issues like that, and just proved me wrong utterly, completely, made me look like a moron. Many times I've had to swallow my pride and eventually accept it, and many times I've been really ignorant and have not, because just like a lot of other people, I've got ages problems. Pardon, what?
Who's that person that you're talking about?
Falcone General is the person who used to run MRN Youth. I do believe now it's Comrade Zidane that runs it, who's an Indian comrade.
So it's like, are they like one of like the Gonzalo Maoists or like?
Sorry, I don't think it's Indian. I think it's Bangladeshi. I always get this wrong. I think it's Bangladeshi comrade. Comrade Zidane needs to find some way to smack me the next time they can. I don't know how you're gonna do it. I'll have to just drop them where I live and see if they can find someone that they can buy on Craigslist to go and give me a slap. Because we live too far away. I apologize nonetheless. I'm terrible with places. Zidane knows this. This is not the first time I've fucked up.
Geography is like one of like my like hyper focuses, my special interests.
I'm not bad at geography. I'm just bad at getting things correct when saying them because of my head hurts too much and I struggle to think a lot.
I mean, I could even tell you like where like some of like the tiny island nations and like the freaking Pacific are.
I know where Europe is on the map. I know where Australia is. I know where everything is on the map.
I mean, hey, you know, I'm gonna be
not
honest.
good with
You're already
islands.
ahead of
I'm
a
not
lot
good
of
with islands, and I'm not good with South American obscure countries.
I know every country in South America.
I used to know all of the African countries, but I forgot like half of them.
So like, to be honest, you're already like way ahead of like most Americans. Like, can I just give you like an idea of how fucking brain dead the American
They thought
education
North
system is?
Korea was in the UK.
That's if with the way that the freaking like cult of personality around the monarchy is, maybe it really is.
Oh yeah, well, what's it? They had to get the dynasty idea from someone. Well, actually, they probably got it from Korean history and all that. But it's funny to dunk on them for having like a dynasty. Lol. Like they're totally gonna bring socialism back. That's why they literally made a weird hammer and sickle that made the intellectual a separate thing from the agrarian industrial worker, when the whole idea of Marxism is that the intellectual will be the industrial and agrarian worker. Fucking Ponzi Prats.
Socialism, you say, after the fucking leadership title of like fucking general secretary is passed down from like father to son for 3 generations.
Yeah, it's like and they trained death squads that fucking fought against the fucking Peruvian Maoists. God, it feels like another country that's doing that today with Filipino Maoists.
Yeah.
And the DPRK is a big fan of Russian imperialism. They literally agreed to help build up the Russian settler colonies in Ukraine.
Really?
Yeah, they agreed to help build the cities there with Korean workers.
Oh yeah, but what I was saying before is so like the United States education system. When it comes to like history and geography, here's how bad it is. So like my teacher, for history, put up showed us a flag of the European Union, like the EU flag, right? And they asked the students, "What is this flag? What does it represent?" Right? Very basic question, not something that you should know, considering the EU is like one of the major imperialist powers. And you know what? There's some kid, like, no one raises their hand. I didn't raise my hand because I already answered like a bunch of questions, and I didn't like want to answer another one. And so some other kid gets like called on by the teacher, and you know what this kid freaking says?
Go on.
I think it represents the 13 colonies. So first of all, wrong continent. Second of all, that's
Wrong flag.
13. Third of all, that's
The 13. I know what flag he's on about. It sounds like that kid's played Fallout and then he thought the Fallout flag. Maybe the big
Probably.
E in the middle of it might have given away that it was someone else.
Yeah. Though there were 13 in the Enclave too. Let me think. Because there are 13 Commonwealths in Fallout.
Oh shit, yeah, there is a big E in the Enclave thing. Fuck. Yeah, maybe the teacher Raj just looked like she put the Enclave logo on the fucking screen.
Another time, there was this one student who unironically thought that Europe was a state in the USA.
What, the 52nd state of all of Europe? I mean, you could fit Europe in the USA. At least
Yeah, you
most
could.
of it.
USA is very big. Oh, and there was another person who thought that Africa was one country.
Yeah, the big country of Africa. It's like, whoa, Africa's a pretty big country. Everyone's saying Russia's the biggest country, but look at fucking Africa.
Right.
And all those freaking Africans. Insert racist contextualization here. Because we're talking about Americans.
It's just the singular African people.
Well, I mean, it's like
nation of Africa.
the assimilative title of African American, where like it's used to fucking mean those who end up in the middle class are those whom have worked hard enough to be in whiteness and worked against what is eugenically characterized as being typically African, so therefore they get the title of American. And those whom are seen as committing to their base eugenic instincts are then entitled as Africans, and not in the respectful manner of them actually being the new African people they are, but disrespecting them in the stereotype of what the white man sees as Africanness, blackness. The big question is like, why is black always seen as evil? Black's a dope color, fuck it. And I know it's a shade technically and not a color, but also fuck you, black's a dope color. Fight me, intellectuals. Going full Andrew Tate for some reason, I don't know why.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that.
I've just asked everyone to fight me because black's a good color. I think I'm having an Andrew Tate moment. I need to do a video on Andrew Tate because he's fucking mentally is like. I also want to take the piss out of his really, really posh altar boy accent. He talks really, but no, I still sound too poor when I do it. I can't do his posh boy accent. He has like a really posh like English accent, and it really turns you on. Like you're watching this guy like this fucking hard ass kickboxer, and he just sounds like fucking. He sounds like someone who'd run for parliament, or like a footballer.
Oh, that's Gangaros. Is Gangaros? Are you still in the chat? That's a great point. Gangaros said the fact Caleb just straight up acts like CPI didn't disband shows that he has his own inner CPI cult within the cult. We saw this stuff in the upper Roman military cults and cults.
He based this thing off of the Romans as well. claimed that he
Yeah.
was seeking America's new Kaiser, and then tried to say, "I don't think that's myself," even though he does. Guy
I mean-
fucking goes around with his fucking crazy ass haircut, trying to look like some fucking like weird crossover between NASA and Lenin, and it really makes me fucking cringe.
And not only that, imagine like the Bolshevik just crushed the White Army, and the Red Army is victorious, and then the leader of the revolution comes to speak to people, and to like explain like the new priorities of the new government, and all of a sudden it's like, and there will be peace, land, and bread.
It's like, what's it? I haven't got a much better sounding voice myself, but I know my boundaries and I know my limits, and
Your voice is good.
I have a whiny voice as well a bit though because of my
You just have a
thyroid.
typical British voice, but Americans love like British accents.
I know for some reason. I've been told by English people that I have an Irish sound to the way I speak, which I don't know why. I have Irish descendancy, but it's not like any
You
of
don't
my family
sound Irish
members
to
were
me.
Irish speakers or had Irish accents, so
Yeah, you do not sound Irish to me, but then again, I guess I'm not the most trained on the Irish accent, so
I can do one. I can do a somewhat Scottish one as well, but it's like always different every single time.
I'm terrible at
I
accents.
I just have a Northern English accent. That's what I always tell people. It's just a Northern English accent. I know on my mom's side, part of it's Scouser, so
Mm.
probably a wee bit of Scouser in there. But
I have like a typical West Coast United States accent, except occasionally I'll say like some weird like slang word that doesn't belong to the West Coast or have a very strange inflection.
I'll just go full Brummy a lot of times as well, using things like fucking bird to mean a woman, or like
Oh,
yeah, like there's what's it um things
oh,
like
here's a
bruv or duck or things like that
say
to refer to
bruh.
people. Calling someone flower. That's one of my favorite ones. My one of my mates, Phil, he's like 40 years old. He'll call men and women flower all the time. It's fucking amazing. I love it.
Mm.
So to be honest, I don't know whether he actually is referring to just an actual flower and he's being very lovely and calling you pretty, or he's just on about like raising flower. Like, "Here are you dusty bastard."
Actually, here's
Never know.
another fun fact about me and my accent. Sometimes when I get very mad or like very agitated and I start yelling, I'll just start yelling with a freaking Australian accent, and I cannot replicate it on purpose. I can't. I've tried.
I can when I get a bit chill and I'm stoned, sometimes I'll go a bit Australian and I'll start like fucking oh, you fucking Drago, mate. He's fucking, oh, mate, nosy. Get the fucking bong over here, mate. I'm fucking steaming. Haven't had a fucking sniff of weed
Oh,
for
and
fucking
then
ages. But it's, I like the Big Les show, so I go for the raspy Australian, like fucking Donny the drug
Australian is the
dealer.
only correct English.
Australian is Cockney, Irish with a bit of Welsh. And Dutch. And Dutch.
It's the only correct English.
No, it's like it's kind of cancerous. It's funny, but it's kind of cancerous. To be
That's
fair,
why it's
it
great.
depends. Some Australian accents I like, some I don't. It's a hit or miss. The posh Australian accents are unbearable. I cannot stand them. Working class Australian accents are fucking amazing. But it's the same with like I like poor American accents as well. Like all over the board, I think working class American accents are pretty fucking neat.
AAVE is like, in my opinion, the best fucking like English to come out of the United States, African American vernacular English. It's so amazing.
Oh, you know if I remember rightly, the African English dialect in America is heavily based off of the Yorkshire dialect because of the mass amount of Yorkshire farmers that held slaves in the South.
Mm.
So it's like a mix of like how in which the Africans themselves interpreted the Yorkshire dialect of English that was surmounted on them, and that's why like Southern American in general has a very Yorkshire twang to it.
Mm.
So like I've been told off for using y'all before, and I'm like, y'all realize y'all comes from Yorkshire.
Y'all is in the United States is considered to be more of a Southern thing, but I use the word y'all a lot.
It comes from Yorkshire. Like Americans telling me that like it was fucking it was telling me it was fucking invented in America, and I'm like, nah, it comes from Yorkshire. That does.
You know something funny about accents? Another funny thing. So in the United States, we have a lot of different accents. One time when I was like, I think I was like 7 or 8 or something, I had to move from Vegas to Ohio. Fuck Ohio. And when I was there, I had to they sounded like really funny, and they would say these funny things. And I remember one time, so I was like, I made this friend that like was like my like babysitter's son, and he was like, "Yo, you want some pop?" And I'm like, "Huh?" I was like so confused, and I was like, "You want some pop?" And I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And like you've never had pop before, and I'm like, "No, what the hell is
Yeah,
pop?"
like
And then they hand me
squash.
a soda, and I was like, "What?"
Oh, he's on about sody
And,
pops. Yeah, we call them
yeah,
fizzy. We call it fizzy or
they call
pop.
they call it pop over there. And then after like living there for like a certain amount of time, I started getting used to just calling it pop. And then I moved back to Vegas after a few years. And then all of a sudden I had to start calling it soda again. I'm like, yo, you want some pop? And everyone's like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, pop. You don't know what a pop is?
I always call
No.
it a solder at times to meme on Americans, and I'll say it in American accent. I call it a sody pop. But
We don't call them sody pops ever.
they are sody pops, and I will not move on that.
Americans do not say soda and pop. They will say either or.
Well, I'm putting them together, and they'll fight every American to the death on this one. I will not be challenged on my sody pops, but we call it fizzy or fizzy pop or just pop.
That's worse.
But also, pop is also a slang word that's sometimes used for squash. Or just a
Ew, I hate
bottle of
squash.
any form of drink. No, not squash, the fruit. Like, squash is in, like, cordial.
What do you mean by cordial?
It's like concentrate. You put it in a bottle. You put a little bit in a glass. You put water in it, and then you've got like a juice drink, kind of. Not really. It's
Does it actually have flavor?
yeah, it's fruity flavored water. Like you get orange squash, blackcurrant squash.
Speaking of flavor, I just gotta take a obligatory moment to make fun of British people. Y'all's not you. You're not really British. I guess you. I mean, speak legally, but
Angloid with pan-Celtic descendancy.
okay, you fucking Angloids, under the bourgeois fucking British Empire, conquered 25% of the fucking entire landmass of the earth, in large part to freaking take control of the global spice trade, and then you didn't use any of the fucking spices, and your food is bland as shit.
Salt is technically
Shut
a
up.
seasoning, okay?
Shut up.
All right.
That is the whitest thing I've ever heard. You're white as fuck. Even in the United States.
I got my seasoning.
Listen, white people don't know how to season their food in the United States either, but we do actually season our food here.
I do have coriander and ginger powder in the cupboard, which I put on my noodles and anything with chicken or anything like that.
We got oregano, we got Cajun seasoning, we got pepper, we got chili, we got like 5 different.
See, normally I'll have black pepper in, but fucking the last black pepper I had fell into poison that I put on the floor, so couldn't use the rest of that black pepper.
Let me check my spice cabinet so I can flex over you freaking Angloids.
But it's like we take up a shit ton of shelf space to present all the spices that we've raided over time as well. Like there's a lot of shelf space for spices, and white people just buy mild curry powder and then complain it's spicy.
We got celery salt, turnip grounds, beef granulated bouillon,
Leon, ooh.
this is baking powder, chili powder, ranch homestyle seasoning. That's disgusting. Don't ever use it. Parsley flakes, black pepper,
Ooh,
garlic powder,
parsley's
garlic
nice.
salt, lime, cloves. Yeah, we have a lot. Now my mom's yelling at me for being in this place, so I'm gonna go upstairs.
It's like it's like when my mom was going to get spices that she wanted to put on chicken. I can't remember what it was I pointed her towards. It was some proper good spices, but she was gonna go for some like normie shit, and I'm like I was like, no, don't go for that. Go for this other one. I can't remember what it was called. It's some fire spices and fucking something I know my brother would like.
Ooh. Next time you eat ramen, put sriracha sauce in it. You're welcome.
Yeah. I need to go. Fucking. To be honest, the best thing that ever came from fucking Native American cuisine was potatoes. They make all of the best foods. Mashed
Of course
potato
you would
is
say that.
legit, hands down, the
You, an
best thing
Irish
ever.
person, would say that.
Like I can eat just a plate of mashed potato and gravy. That's all I need to be satisfied.
Yeah, but what do you do when the potato blight, the potato blight comes?
Cry, the non-stop cry. I want to
And then
start
the
being
British
able to get
government is
fresh
like, we're gonna
potatoes
do
again,
that.
but the British economy's in the shit now. Like I can't afford anything.
Well, yeah, probably because you guys left the EU, but
It's the Great Depression that started in 2019 October.
well, yeah. Oh man, the economy's in the shitter. Everything sucks. We're all gonna die.
Uh, I think there's a chance that we're gonna come out on the green side of things in the end. Revolution is the word of the third world today. There's a lot of communist orgs organizing, and anti-imperialism is gonna take forth, and the empires can't fund themselves if they don't have their colonies. So
Right.
my aspirations for the future are high. I'm not sure about my own future. My health is in jeopardy at the moment, but my aspirations for the future are high.
I think I'm screwed.
You got a good head on you, so fucking what's it? Just keep being
No,
critical.
I'm stupid.
Being critical
Yeah.
of everything has gotten you far this way. If you keep criticizing and keep yourself constantly in a
Maybe
position
if
where
I
even the people that you closely work with, you're always actively criticizing every inch of everything they ever do, for the you'll be able to prevent yourself from falling into a pit of revisionism, but that also requires a principled open door of criticism the other way. um so criticism and self-criticism is a two-way street that must always be running. There cannot be any congestions on this road.
maybe one day, I can. I was like reading the chat. Maybe one day I can become so critical that I become a left com.
Left comms are not so much critical as they are in a principled sense, as they are just outright buffoonish. They take a stance of pure, like, claiming to be pure socialists, but they're not. Like, left comms were always put in quotation marks by Lenin because they're actually to the right of the Communist Party. They push this over eccentric formalization of what we want to do to try and turn people off from it so they can push reformism and nationalism.
With communists, like, don't do very much in terms of like actual struggle either. I mean, the Bordigas. I love shitting on the Bordigas. All I do is talk about the Bordigas, but because the Bordigas are just so annoying to me. I should stop talking about the Bordigas. It's probably getting old. They're not even that relevant. They just annoy me.
The guy literally praised fucking fascism as like as the new international or some shit like that.
Yeah, I even seen like I used to think that Bordigas were all just like normal Marxists, until one day I was watching like some fascist YouTuber and they started quoting Bordiga, and I was like, wait, what?
Guys, he's more Lenin than Lenin. Uh, uh, uh,
Ignore the fact that Lenin literally criticized him in left-wing communism and infantile disorder. Though to be fair, in that book,
Gramsci
what
called
he
him a
criticized,
Kaiserist.
what did Gramsci say?
Gramsci called him a Kaiserist.
That's funny. In Lenin's book, I believe he basically criticized him for having a fucking dumb stance on like not participating in electoralism at all. Lenin called that wrong. Because Lenin basically saw electoralism as like a platform.
Yeah, because in those days they didn't have as much ability to platform themselves as we do these days. It's a bit different now because people aren't trying to earn the right to vote. I think people seem to forget about the fact that proletarians have basically only just got the ability to vote around that time. Now people don't even want to vote. So it's like we have to take a different stance. Might still be important to canvass for it, though. I mean, Bernie Sanders shows that that's actually not a bad idea, but people need to canvass to do it and only do it to canvass. They need to not accept office even if they win, because that's the principled stance to take. That's what Eugene Debs was going to do. Eugene Debs was going to, when he was running for president, he's going to turn around and say no when he won, if he did win. He didn't expect
Yeah. Actually, my idea of like how communists should engage in like electoral strategy, I actually stole from Comrade Joshua. You've talked to them. Well, I didn't steal it. I borrowed it from them because I thought it was a good idea. Basically, the idea is that in the United States, where there's two fascist parties, right? And we must oppose both of them. However, one of the fascist parties is actively trying to erode every single civil right and liberty that minorities fucking have. A lot more than the other one is. Now, the response, however, that the CPUSA would do is tailism, but obviously, tailism has led the movement into a dead end. So instead, their proposal is essentially to challenge and fight the progressive element everywhere where the progressive element holds power, but to not try to split the vote in like everywhere where it's fighting against the reactionary element.
I could understand the aim of that sort of goal, but I would just say that the best mannerism is actuating a full-on challenge along the lines of any parts of any states to these democratic institutions to actively, challenge the means of the attack on trans people, because the Democrats have actually created this problem themselves as well. They've worked with the Republicans on a strategy that allows them to do whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah, what Democrats essentially do is they hold the interests of the LGBTQ plus community hostage.
And now it's at the point where in the last 3 years, the cultural sort of like position around trans people in not just America but Canada and Britain as well has massively shifted to a more transphobic trend. A lot of the way the Nazis operated about trans people back when they first were coming into power is really starting to stink at the same sort of shit as what's going on here. Because a lot of people don't know, one of the things that the Nazis were not very fond of was the fact that gender criticism and the first initial writings on being transgender are actually coming out in the 20s and the 30s, early 30s in Germany. The Nazis came to power, they burnt these books first. Before they even got to burning communist books, fucking went straight for the... And where that library once stood is... what's it? What was it that was put there instead? They put someone else in place of that library when they burnt it down, and I can't remember what it is. I'm such a good historian, I tell you that. It's like, oh, class is over, I've forgotten the rest of the lesson.
simply didn't mind that it was going to be picked up and used for other purposes. It was so important to them to hurt
Oh,
me
yeah,
that
that
they just had
guy.
to do this. Now, in addition to the sex drama, the document goes
I've
on
got
to
him at,
imply a number of
like,
things that are
high
just
speed.
not true. One of the biggest false narratives in the document involves an unnamed person who is referred to as a heroin addict and a sex worker. Now, this document gives the impression that this person never would have been a sex worker, never would have relapsed in their heroin addiction if it wasn't for me. The document basically says that I maniacally conspired to make this person lose their job, to make this person relapse on their heroin addiction.
Yeah, there's
all so I could
evidence
have
of
them
that.
right where I
There's
want.
literal evidence of him like manipulating the person and making them lose their job. This is fucking bullshit.
I mean, he fucking like admitted to the stuff like a long time ago. Now he's just like backing down on that.
Yeah, like the guy turned around and was like, "Oh, I've got problems and I need rehab. I need help. It's very bad." And now he's like, "Oh, I just brought my personal things into work, and this person's lying, and oh yeah, she's a fucking heroin addict and all that." Like, literally doubled down on it. He actually calls her a heroin addict. I'm not putting words in his mouth.
Well, that's bullshit, and people familiar with the situation know that.
Literally, he just said it's
This person relapsed
bullshit.
on their heroin addiction, all so I could have them right
Like,
where
man's trying to show reciprocity and all that. Like, at the end of the day, if I was trying to apologize for something that I've been accused of that was wrong, and everyone knows me, I'm someone who swears a lot. I struggle with handling it. I would try not to fucking swear. That was a purposeful, that's bullshit. That was to be expressively divisive of the laid out point that was he's won 4 painting arguments before either doing whataboutism or dismissing them entirely. And this is a reductive dismissal he's about to do.
I want them. Well, that's bullshit, and people familiar with the situation know that. The truth of the situation is that this person would never have moved in with the other volunteers if it wasn't for the fact that their partner, also a heroin addict, beat them up so badly they had to go to the hospital. We were trying to protect this person and give them a safe place to stay and get clean. This person lied to us and said that they were sober, they were no longer using drugs. And let me add that what happened between me and this person did not take place until long after they had all...
At the end of the day, you see how it's like he's got no evidence to actually say that they were doing drugs. He has to show text saying, "Oh, they're
already
lying."
moved out from the housing.
It's like the
At that point, they weren't
evidence
participating very
seems
much
to
in
show
CPI
actually you were
activities. After this
lying
person had
about
moved
it
out of the
because
housing-
you
I mean,
know about
I'm just
history that
saying-
they'd had with, and like they said they never had any problem with alcoholism. I think in the thing, I think everything was made up about them, and it's like it's fucked up shit. It's like it gets on about like Yankee Tanky's criminal issue and like asking the org to pay for it, and like, yeah, that's probably a bit dodgy fucking business. But if one of your comrades are gonna go to prison if you don't help pay someone off for them, even if it's loaning them the money, I'd fucking do it. I wouldn't want my comrade going to prison just because like he got caught with a fucking firearms without a license when he lives in a country where he's supposed to be legally able to bear an arm. Like, that's pretty fucked. Yeah, like I'd probably be a bit fucking like, you know, help the comrade out unless he did something dodgy. If he's done something dodgy, maybe it's a bit different. But if he does something that's not dodgy, I ain't gonna let him go to jail for it.
I hate to break it to you, but in the United States, we do not have the right to bear arms. They're literally like trying to like do like an assault rifle ban right now. It's fucking stupid. Although I'm gonna put this out there: every single so-called communist who advocates for like fucking like banning guns is a fucking dumbass.
Yeah, they banned assault rifles in the 80s for us, and then they banned handguns in the 90s. And it's technically still legal to bear a rifle. You still own one, technically. But
I mean, you can get one
the
if you.
loopholes for that are ridiculous. Except for like an air rifle, you're allowed to own one of those, but you have to have it in a locked cabinet. And the ammo stored separately.
An air rifle is in like a gas compression.
No. Like it's just an air rifle. Maybe it's gas depression. I don't know how the fuck it works. There's no big tank on it or anything. And you just
Well, like the modern
I think
like
it's just
rifles.
kinetic. I think it's just a spring-loaded thing.
Modern rifles mostly like such as the one that the United States Army uses, like the M16 for example, uses a gas piston like system.
No, these are plinkers. You like your 22 and your 144 plinkers, where they have the little metal lead caps. They don't take bullets per se. They're like used for target shooting or hunting small rodents or small birds.
Right.
I mean, but mad that they have lead in them still, and we like, you know, lead's been like sanctioned as like big oof no for shooting people because it's horrific. But go shoot some animals, really? Yeehaw. we used like America goes on about like like it's distinct because it has its gun culture. It's like yeah these days, but there are places in Europe that still have that, and Britain technically it has that for people who are more rich, but it used to be commonplace. Like everywhere in Europe used to have gun culture. The thing that's distinct with America is you guys didn't lose your fucking gun culture, you lucky cunts.
I wish our gun culture was. I really don't want our gun culture to go away.
You bastards! If you guys get rid of it, you guys are fucking gimps. I'll save my money up over there to go over there and slap every 360 million of you. How many fuck there are by the time I ever have that much money? Probably 400 million by the time I have enough money. Fucking, I'll slap every one of you.
I just. I don't understand it. Like, so many communists are like, oh, well, we have to ban guns because there's mass shootings. And, like, yeah, mass shootings are bad, but that's a problem with alienation under capitalism. If you actually. Oh, by letting them you're just letting them come up with another bullshit excuse to like disarm the working class.
Someone I speak with turned around and was like, if you just stop the petty bourgeoisie from owning guns, then you would stop these shootings.
That's funny.
You
But
never hear about like a proletarian or a lumpen proletarian kid going into a school and shooting it up. It's always some fucking petty bourgeois labor aristocrat fuck.
I haven't really ever like looked at like the class background of people who shoot schools. So I imagine the
Bruh,
people
who in the poor is gonna afford an AR-15 with like laser sights and shit? Like,
true.
those
There
attachments
are,
are expensive.
there are people in fucking like high school who like get their hands on an AR-15 somehow. Like, bro, how?
The family's
Also, I'm
got
just gonna
money.
put
That's
this
what
out
it
there.
is. They've robbed it out of the dad's cabinet, and it's like if a poor father has got a gun, he's probably got a pistol or a shotgun, likely a double barrel, because they're cheap. And not bad home defense weapons, really, either. Because that's really what they'd be getting it for. They'd be getting it for home defense. A pistol would be for carry on. And that's it. Like, because it's being functional about it and saving your money where you can. Rather than having 7 AR-15s with different attachments
Shoot,
on
we're
because you can't
stealing
be
Dark
asked to change
Novia's
them
screen
out.
time.
Mate, it's the petty bourgeois gun culture is horrific because they're the really right wing undertone to the petty bourgeois class and how they operate really comes out in it. Like left or right, they're the type of people that in their own little private clubs set up dummies of people they don't like and go around shooting them and fucking maniacal mannerisms. And it's like Jesus fucking Christ, like. Everyone wants to fucking have someone in to the point of wanting to kill them at some point. But when it is your fiscal enjoyment to do that, and that's how you get joy out of it, like I just enjoy fucking shooting targets with a rifle. That's fun. You don't need to go and fucking make it sadistic. They're the type of people that make it sadistic. Trump does it at Trump's thing. He goes and shoots people he don't like, pictures of them on fucking like targets. It's like it's just pathetically sadistic. And I guarantee you can find Democrats doing this too. It's
Yeah.
petty bourgeois culture around like needing to conquer your enemies, this Kaiseristic mentality, and a lot of Marxists come into communism thinking that they're being a petty bourgeois intellectual. They're going to be some Kaiseristic leader that's going to show me the light because I'm a lumpen proletarian. I don't know shit, like and that they're going to be the Kaiseristic figure to lead us into the light because they seem to have took the wrong idea from Lenin, and the Soviets do have a part to play in the reason why this has gone so
No, listen,
bad
I'm
because
literally,
they
I'm
both
literally gonna be the
idolized
next.
Lenin and Stalin as Kaiseristic figures.
No, I'm literally gonna be the next Vladimir Lenin. Come on.
No, so this is the thing. So my picture for my thing with Lenin and what's it Connolly. I see it as like Connolly and Lenin represent the fine example for the petty bourgeois and the proletarian Marxists to attain towards. Connolly couldn't read or write until he was a fully grown man. He was taught to read and write by his wife in Ireland. And he went to write some of the fucking best theory of his era. Like man was right on the beaten path. Um, his head was screwed on. And then Lenin's a great example of the petty bourgeois communist who needs to commit to class suicide, which is, committing against their petty bourgeois class interests and class material conditions, and committing to the proletarian conditions and interests. Until a petty bourgeois is in a position where they can operate outside of their actual typical class livelihood, which needs a functional communist party, where they can then actively commit class suicide, they are actively and dangerously subject to their class interests and have to be extensively self-critical of how much they operate to ensure that they are not indulging in petty bourgeois chauvinism. I don't mean this in mean sake. I have a lot of love and respect for petty bourgeois people who are still trapped in the petty bourgeois life, because it's not an easy thing to step out of. This is no call for people to just jump out into poverty or anything like that. Do not do something that's stupid. I'm saying that, like, eventually a communist org needs to be organized to a point where these people have to, not just so they can, they have to actively step out of their petty bourgeois lives so that they can fully immerse themselves in the communist struggle. It's something that will eventually happen. Do not do any adventuristic shit where you just throw yourself into a terrible situation, because it could fuck yourself over. We need a functional system, and this is where organizing lumpen proletarians and proletarians can really help with this, because we're active and we're able to be organized. And if we are organized, we can build the ground blocks of an actual organization that can suffice for our petty bourgeois and liberal aristocrat brothers and sisters, so they can step the fuck out of their world and step into our world and put some more of their funding into our org, so we can actually better suffice for them stepping into our world and integrate things and move things forward and actually direct a struggle. Because I want them to step in my world. I'd love to see them actually realize the truth.
Now, you see, us proles, we're silly and uneducated and fools, and we don't know what we're talking about, and we need to step down and be led by the bourgeois, who have our best interests at heart.
Yeah, certainly. Fucking as they throw us aside and fucking torment us, like, corporatocracy is the way the bourgeoisie likes to do fascism. They don't like the petty bourgeois corporatism. And corporatocracy has done nothing but even enrage the middle class. Even they're pissed off with the bourgeoisie. I don't know if they know this. If they don't commit to corporatism themselves, the fascists are going to take over. And when the fascists do class collaborationism, well, they do involve some of the proletariat, lower proletarians and lumpen proletarians, and people of minority groups. We're fucked. We are fucked.
Everything sucks and we're all gonna die.
The lumpen proles are tools of fascism, yeah, until they turn on them too. The way fascists look at lumpen proles is unfortunately the way a lot of Marxists end up looking at us, and the way they look at a lot of proletarians too, as if we're like mindless masses to be used for the struggle, like, and tools of someone else's will. We're proletarians, man. Like, we got a fucking we got the will of the proletarian struggle. The lumpen proletariat has no individual class will, yeah, because it's part of the proletarian class. It's the disenfranchised proletariat, and uniting those two sectors of the proletariat together will direct our struggle forward, because our destiny is the same direction.
The thing about when it comes to lumpen proletarians, a lot of people, the way that they view it, they think that lumpen proletarians are easy to be bought out by the bourgeoisie, because since they're so economically poor, they're more willing to sell out their other proletarians. That's the idea. Though, to be honest,
I mean, it can happen. Opportunism exists, but that's more of a trait that you see with the aristocrats of the lumpen. I think that the problem is that there's no class separation in the way that they look at the lumpen. They look at the lumpen proletariat as the entire lumpen itself.
Well, I mean,
because I've been homeless, and some people were opportunistic, maybe even a little thievy at times. Do you know what? The way you dealt with that was knowing that people in situations like that, as being in a situation like that yourself, are gonna be like that. So you take active motions to ensure they don't get in a situation where their struggles get the best of them. Because you know what? I'd be lying if I'd say I've never stolen off people before in my life. I've certainly stolen from fucking corporations, trademark. But the
Stealing from
what's
corporations
it?
is fine.
And even the Christian Church of England said that it's not against the 10 commandments to steal from corporations, based.
He's
But what's it? The you know, it's one of them where you sort of do things at a point where you sometimes don't think because you're a bit desperate and in a really bad state. So what you do when you're working with people? So we were in a group of several of us, and we're all looking out for each other. What you do is you don't place yourself in a situation where someone is going to take from you. You keep your things that you don't want stolen close to you. You don't be offensive about it. It's not about being offensive. It's about doing what every one of them are also doing. It's just a smart thing to do because someone might just be in that desperate state, but they want to take a joint off you. And they might want to fucking, it's petty shit. Like, I'm not going to lose my shit over someone I'm homeless with stealing a bit of weed off me. I couldn't give a fuck, really. I'm going to smoke it with them anyway. And they're probably going to smoke that with me, which is just going to give it away. So it's one of them. It's fucking, we all provided for each other and looked out for each other. We all made sure we all had tobacco. We all made sure we all got to the night shelter. We all made sure we fed ourselves to fuck and was filled up on our stomachs and had enough water, and we made sure the one alcoholic with us had his alcohol. We were fucking tight-knit and together. Lumpen proletarians, which all of us were. None of us had any sort of business and means of selling or buying or instigating capital. The only times we ever got anything prominent was when Declan would go steal from a shop for us because he was really good at it. And get us some whiskey or something and live the high life. But the and we looked out for each other like family would. And that's that lumpen proletarian initiative when you're on the streets and you come together as brethren. And whenever I go into town, I always try, not all the time, I try and make sure I have cigarettes if I'm going to do it. I'll go and smoke a cigarette with someone ever I find when I'm homeless, because 9 times out of 11, they'll fucking, it's a smoker that you end up coming across, so I get to have an excuse to smoke a cigarette. Call me guilty, bit of a fucking ciggy smoker. Or as we say over here, that always makes Americans get on the edge of their seats, I smoked a fag. Don't worry, it means a bunch of sticks. It's complicated.
Cigarettes are gross. I don't understand how you can put that stuff in your body.
Fag for cigarette is actually still short for the full word, because I mean faggot is actually still a common word here. I'm not saying the slur because I'm on about the cigarettes and I'm on about the food as well. Faggots and mash, which sounds like a really, really weird food kink, but
mash is used as a slang word for
it's sheep's brain. Faggots are mash. So if faggots is sheep or pig's brain, lamb faggots or pork faggots. No, I'm not on about gay sheep.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. Although, given the way the English like to be, it wouldn't surprise me if they've been having a bit of a way with the sheep. Because they always accuse the Welsh of it with this racist fucking shit, and it's like, it's probably Gloucestershire, really. It's probably them fucking Southerners, the fucking weirdos.
No, I see the Welsh. Those are just English people, obviously.
Do you know what? It'd be the English people that settle or colonized Wales and won't fucking leave. But anyway, what's it? You also have cigarettes as well, which are also called faggots because it's a bunch of sticks. I don't understand how a bunch of sticks translates to a homosexual slur, though. I don't know where that come from. Like, some English person was probably just fucking making some weird fucking joke about the it probably comes from using cigarettes and the fact that it's a load of sticks rubbing together. I don't know, like, packs what I understand from homosexual slurs is homophobes don't understand what homosexuality is. It's like transphobes, like we must repeat, sex is not gender. What's it like? Fucking genitalia is not what confirms what a transgender is. Like, it's what a trans person's gender is. I couldn't fucking word that well. That's a free win of motion, and the over focus on it really creates a big point of terror for people suffering with genital dysphoria, and it's not fucking nice. Like, stop. It's time to stop. I need a big clock. I have a clock somewhere in my cupboard. I should go get it and do something. If it wasn't the middle of the night, full blown filthy Frank. I know I did need to do it at some point. It's nasty business, like transphobia. There's that attack on that on that drag event as well at that fucking restaurant. I need to cover that as a news piece. I need to cover the rise in transphobia in America in general as well. I remember speaking to an anarchist about needing to do something on that. And I need to talk about it in the UK as well. Which I need to find someone and reach out to someone in the UK to help me out on that one, so I can get a wider berth of information and hands-on experience from people who are actually engaging in the protests and struggles about these issues.
With the other volunteers, I continued to buy this person many meals. This person made clear to me that they were desperate and that they were low on money and that they also were interested in pursuing certain activities with me. Now, I should have had the foresight and the self-control not to continue to engage with this person. I made a mistake. I'm from a small town in Ohio. The way sex workers and drug addicts operate is not something I'm deeply familiar with. Somebody got inside my head. I got emotionally wrapped up, and that's a mistake that will not be repeated. Now, if you really
What the fuck does he mean? What the fuck is
moved out of
this?
the housing with the other volunteers, I continued to buy this person many meals. This person made clear to me that they were desperate and that they were low on money and that they also were interested in pursuing certain activities with me. Now, I should have had the foresight and the self-control not to continue to engage with this person. I made a mistake. I'm from a small town in Ohio. The way sex workers and drug addicts operate is... Hey, everybody.
Oh,
I'm
no,
back.
I
It's a
lost
safe
the
place to
position. Ah.
How ethical is subject to these smears? You'll notice months to prepare leading published that they have to work harder in order to enrich myself. It just doesn't. This person been convicted of the firearms related thing to build the organization. They were just hanging out in Texas. Never actually directly says this. It just kind of implies it. And it's pretty clear these people had some assistance in putting together this piece in order to frame me in the most negative light, but avoid me suing them for defamation. Now, the second big lie in the document, not directly stated, but just implied, is that somehow I was financially benefiting from CPI. Well, that's bullshit. I was constantly running out of money. I was panicking about how to pay...
I mean, what the fuck does he mean? Like, he doesn't understand how sex work and drugs functions? Is he a political analyst and a sociologist? What the fuck? Fucking, what's it? Is the disheveled fucking mannerism of the way he operates is because of how much he fucking lives under fucking bridges? Like, fucking troll urchin, man.
For things like trips to Nicaragua, the conference in Austin, the retreat, the conference in Chicago. We got some big donations and it helped. But this idea that I was living it up like Hunter Biden, all off of the money people donated.
Oh my god, literally,
dues,
he's using Hunter Biden. If you're saying something, I can't hear you. Parry has died.
It's ridiculous. From the time that CPI began collecting dues to our temporary shutdown in August, we only ever collected about $8,000 in dues money. But if you add up everything that we spent money on, from housing the volunteers to the conferences to the retreat in Chicago, it cost way, way more than that. Let me add that there were many months that the...
Yeah, but it's not about whether, like, you were just sitting there enriching yourself or whether you were fucking spending that money into your organization. You were exploiting these people of their wealth to fund your fascist operation, you Strasserite piece of shit. Hey, what the fuck, fam?
Volunteers were staying in Texas as I paid for their housing, as I paid for their food, when they really weren't doing anything to build the organization. They were just hanging out in Texas, maybe doing a little volunteer work with San Angelo Solidarity, with me footing the bill. This idea that I was living in luxury off of $1 bill donations collected while people were distributing buttons in New York City parks, that just doesn't add up. I mean, the facts just aren't there. I was frazzled and worried about money the entire time the volunteers were operating. Now, one of the people in the document who seems to believe that I exploited him would be in prison if it wasn't for me. And we have a
Poor
screenshot
Caleb's worried about the
This person would have gone
money.
back to jail if money that CPI had raised was not used to pay their court fines. This person was basically homeless in Pennsylvania, but we opened our doors to them with the understanding they would help us do political work. Not only has this person been convicted of a firearms-related felony, they've been kicked out of many mutual aid groups and have been caught doing quite a bit of shady things on the internet. You can believe them, though, if you want. No one was coerced into doing anything. These people were all adults with free will, and they lived in Texas for months with me footing the bill for their housing and their food. This narrative where I'm an exploitive predator living off of them and constantly driving them to work harder in order to enrich
What about the
themselves
compound in the
doesn't add up.
woods, Caleb?
Now, don't get me wrong in this next part.
What
These
about
accusers
the
are definitely real
compound
people,
in the
and their feelings
woods?
about me certainly represent real grievances that they have. But for this next part, we're going to get into a section I call Isn't It Interesting? Now, you all know who I am. I work for Russian media. I have ties to various revolutionary anti-imperialist governments and movements around the world. I'm on the Ukrainian government's list of information terrorists. Now, isn't it interesting that just hours after this document was published, Daria Dugina, the daughter of Alexander Dugin, was murdered by a car bomb? We all know that one of the main talking points against me by the BreadTube
Unfortunately, it didn't kill Alexander Dugin.
universe is the fact that I met with Alexander Dugin once in 2018. They constantly call me a Duginist. Isn't it interesting that the
Bruh, he didn't just meet with Alexander Dugin, he met with Action Francais, a group that fucking helped the Nazis commit the Holocaust in West Europe.
Communist Party USA, a group that spends all of its time campaigning for Democrats and has been trying to smear me as a neo-Nazi despite years of anti-racist activism, had a resolution condemning me, all prepared to send out the very next day after this document was published. This resolution that they published supposedly took months to prepare. They had this resolution finally ready to send out to their membership just after this document was published. Now, isn't it interesting that the Party of Communists, one of the only other leftist groups to stand with Russia during the whole Ukraine crisis, just got hit in a similar manner? Almost immediately after I was subject to these smears, you'll notice that the Party of Communists had their website commandeered with a manifesto accusing them of similar things. I think we can all see what's going on here. Now, it's also interesting to note that one of the people
Well, yeah, because Russia's an imperialist an imperialist country, and it's kind of a laughable joke. The PC USA went and supported it, but the guy's like trying to be like, oh, PC USA has planned this all out against me. They're trying to destroy me. How dare they? You underestimate the power of dark, Caleb.
exposed in my BreadTube book was Dr. Steve Hassan. Steve Hassan.
Oh, in that BreadTube book, he literally says he wants the country to be led by a brain trust of selected out of the most intelligent Americans in society. It's some weird fascist, petty bourgeois intellectual supremacy shit. Like, ugh.
Used to be associated with something called the Cult Awareness Network, and he's one of the leading cult analysts and experts on cults who appears on CNN. He called for a mass deprogramming of the country after January 6th. I exposed that
Yeah,
Dr.
because
Steve
the
Hassan
country
was
has a
involved in
cult
advising
problem.
prominent
Like,
BreadTube
he's not
personalities.
fucking
Isn't it
wrong.
interesting that much of this document reads like something out of one of his books? All of his key talking points about brainwashing and mind control seem to have been worked into this document. Now, isn't it interesting that in the aftermath of this piece being published, people in the CPI that are still sympathetic and working with me have been getting text messages from some of the accusers, offering to help them be deprogrammed. Now, it's also interesting to note that I have received reports that one of the authors of this document has been spotted near Russian Orthodox churches around the country. He's been walking up to people, telling them all about me and how bad I am, and then from there telling them that he has ties to European monarchies and that he wants to set up some kind of pro-Russian commune, and he really needs people to sit down with him and talk to him without their cell phones. Now, at one of these Russian Orthodox churches where he was camping out and making these claims, the locals seemed to believe he was a cop. Now, some others seem to think he may just be having kind of a psychological meltdown of some kind. But it's well known that this individual is now a traditionalist Catholic and a full-on anti-communist. It's also very important to note that as soon as I heard this document was in the works, I called up the individual in question, the sex worker. I called this person up on the phone and apologized to them. They told me they did not feel victimized by what went on between us, but rather they were upset about an argument that we'd had months later. They accepted my apology. Then on the phone, they told me, quote, I am not comfortable with people using this to get their revenge. Now, I've also gotten reports from people who were initially invited to join the accusations against me that this person seemed very reluctant to be involved. They kept saying things like, why don't we all just go talk to Caleb? So ask yourself, how ethical is it to pressure someone in life circumstances like this to come forward and draw public attention to themselves when they don't even feel personally victimized? Now, I can't prove that this person was under threat or they were compensated for what they did.
You can't just turn around and go, oh, the person doesn't feel personally victimized. So putting someone into poverty and using them as a sex servant is A-okay, guys, because the person was cool with it. Caleb, have you ever understood the quote, support the fucking sex workers, stand against the sex purchasers and the sex sellers? Like, you know, the pimps and the purchasers are the problem, the market of that industry. It's, you know, the support of sex workers is to support them in the fact that they have to go through a plight and struggle that no one should ever have to fucking go through. It's horrific. Like, not support it in like, oh, I support your choice to do that. Now I'm going to be your new customer. It's like, what do you think that like people go into fucking a job that is essentially purchasable rape because they fucking enjoy it, Caleb? Or do you think they go into it because they have a family to feed or even just themselves to feed? Rent to pay that's out of its fucking roof? Like, and what's it a big problem with it as well is the way it encapsulates people who are homeless. And a lot of I mean, it already happens a lot to cis people that are homeless, but a lot of trans people that got homeless get not only into come up into the sex market, but they actually get trafficked as sex slaves in many accounts as well. A lot of horrific fucking things go down that I'm not gonna get into here because it's just fucking yeesh. This, when I talk about the rise of transphobia, we'll get into more of the details of it because it's just that I'm gonna have to give trigger warnings like hell, because it's bad. Yeah, like it's all about supporting these people, as in like defending them, backing them up, having them organized in the party because they're very experienced workers, and Marxist theory rings with them like a fucking bell at 5 a.m. on a farm. You know, like it fucking they resonate is what I'm saying. My fucking phrases are thrown out a bit too wildly, but you know, sex workers are very experienced proletarians. You give them Marxist theory, it's gonna resonate with them very fucking well, and they make for great comrades and cadres. And when it comes to challenging patriarchy, they know they're fucking shit, and that's a very important process in how we do our revolutionary struggle. Are you still here, or is your mic broken? Because I can't hear you at all. Yeah, I think Parity is entered the netherworld. Rest in peace.
I do know that their name was left out of the document, and I will be protecting their privacy as much as I possibly can. Now, one thing I do know is that this person had legal troubles over the past year. And one thing that we should be aware of is the fact that when people are facing criminal charges, often plea deals involve the person agreeing to cooperate with police investigations and covert police activities. Now, someone who's not a fan of me at all, someone named Bad Empanada, pointed out that to him, it sounded like this entire document was written by a single person. The whole thing had a similar narrative flow to it. It looks a lot like what happened was that some ex-members of CPI were assembled, and they had very different grievances, very different feelings. Some of them liked Keaton, Some of them hated Keaton. They were brought together and interviewed, and then some kind of curator sat down and compiled their personal grievances into one document that had a single narrative flow to it. An atmosphere was created for these people to one-up each other and their stories about my supposed manipulations. Despite all these people having different grievances and different feelings, this document was put together and given a narrative flow so that it served one particular purpose.
I mean, I know members of the people have interacted with Caleb who do have family members that are FBI. So I mean, like, I wonder if like Caleb is not so much involved with any American intelligence, but is involved with Russian intelligence, and we've seen a clash between two fucking sides of that tree. Because it might make sense. It wouldn't surprise me if FBI-backed element has decided to try and squash him down because he's like a Russian fucking plant of some sort. Or at least he's doing a Hitler and using Russian intelligence to fund his movement like Hitler did with the British intelligence. Oh, you actually fell asleep?
Now, anyone who's familiar with Dr. Steve Hassan and the Cult Awareness Network should recognize this style of work. This is how they tend to carry out their operations. It's also worth noting that this is very similar to how the Democratic Party operates against its political rivals. There have been a number of Democratic primary campaigns that have been taken down in a similar manner. They find some sex drama related to the group, and they get into all kinds of complicated details. They publish a piece, very long and complicated, encompassing all kinds of people's negative feelings about some kind of sexual drama, and they publish it online, and people see it, and they get grossed out, and they look away. Rape is rape. Sexual assault is sexual assault. But I'm not accused of anything like that in this document. When it really gets down to it, this document doesn't really accuse me of very much at all. Amid all the innuendo about me
Wanting
being
to
an
make a
evil,
child
manipulative
sex
cult leader,
child sex compound, a child compound in the woods, and then you have this like sexual interest of
that's all they could really accuse
wanking off
now,
the
they
child
managed to find
abuse
the
and
grossest screenshots they could possibly find.
what's
and
it?
they're really counting on people not actually reading this
What was
entire
the other
document.
thing as
They want people
well?
to just be grossed out and disgusted.
Sorry, my eyes
Now, if
playing
CPI
up.
were a sex cult, they would have a lot more to accuse me of.
And
a lot
also
more people to come forward
getting
with
after
sexual
people,
allegations
telling them
against me.
about how much they
Furthermore,
like
if CPI were a sex
spanking
cult,
and
the
shit,
accusers
like, because
themselves
that's
would
not
be
going to
saying
turn
otherwise.
into some
The
weird
idea
sex
that
cult
I
in the
wrote books that are
woods.
hundreds of pages in
Where you
length,
literally
that I
said you
spent
wanted to make
thousands
a
of dollars putting
compound
on
for
events, that I spent
children.
years and
You
years
are
trying
a
to put together
fucking
an
crazy
organization,
sex
all just as
cultist,
some
man.
kind of elaborate scheme to get sexual favors out of people is utterly ridiculous. Now, I know there are some people that are going to have a lot of PTSD and a lot of traumatic experiences in their past, and they are going to be compelled to believe such a thing. And there's nothing I can do about that. But if you believe that, you're not processing information properly. That's just not the reality of the situation. The people who published this document and made it possible for such claims to be made against me should really be ashamed of themselves. They knew this would happen. They knew this would be used against all anti-imperialists, but they just had to do this. Their temper tantrum against me, their personal resentment and anger was so important that this had to be all over the internet, and it had to hurt our whole community. Now, some of the claims in the document just don't add up. For example, there's this claim that I separate people from their families. Well, is it true that a number of young adults get stuck living at home and that becomes a source of psychological frustration and problems for them? It hurts their self-esteem? Sure, and I do encourage people to get out on their own, have independence from their parents. But it's important to point out that at our retreat that happened in Kansas, one of our attendees brought his father with him. His dad was there the entire time, participating in group activities, sitting in on the classes, engaging in discussions with people. Another attendee brought his wife and his 2 small children with him. They slept in a tent. The idea that I am manipulatively separating people from their families so I can exploit them is just not true. There is not a single person that I've ever separated from their family or forced to cut off their loved ones. Now, do we practice for our CPI events?
You were
Absolutely.
pressuring
Do we
people
chant
away
our
from
events?
engaging with
Do
their
we
loved
sing?
ones
Yep.
and doing
we're
what
gonna keep doing
abusers
that.
do, where
If
they
you
do
want
it in
CPI
a
events
soft
to be
power
boring, you're
fashion,
in the
where
wrong
they
organization.
imply
I
it
know CPI
and
because I
push
like to have
that people need to move away from these people constantly. Like, you know, yeah, you might not have just turned around and gone, "Oh, disown your family," but you did do soft power to push it into these people's mindsets and abused your Kaiseristic position amongst these people's viewpoints so that you could exploit them for your own sexual fetishes.
exciting events with emotional speeches and passionate moments where people can come together. I want to build a community of solidarity where people who've been left behind by the system can find a place to belong and can feel empowered as we study revolutionary ideology. Now, if you don't want to participate in it, that's fine. But there's really no reason to invoke Jim Jones and Waco because you don't approve of a good show. Now, the people who published this document claimed it wasn't about cancel culture, but that's exactly what it was. This wasn't about justice. This wasn't about trying to get reforms in our organization. This was about inflicting pain. They wanted to humiliate me. They wanted to give a piece of ammunition to those who don't like me that they could use to cyberbully me and make fun of me for years to come. And that is the reality. Imagine having trauma like this in your past. Imagine that it's affected you this way as an adult. And now imagine that all kinds of people who don't know anything about you except your view of foreign policy or the character that's been painted of you in RedTube videos having access to it. Every time I open Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, I am going to see people taking things that happened to me in my childhood and mocking them and distorting them and using them to ridicule me.
I sent the document to his dad on Facebook, but it seems like he's not had his Facebook active for months.
Regardless of the mistakes that I made, I did not deserve this. The people who put this document out should be ashamed of themselves. What they did was a very nasty, vindictive thing that did not help anything and did not really advance the struggle for justice in any way. Now, the Center for Political Innovation is back, but some things have changed. We are now incorporated as the CPI Education Project in the state of Oregon. Now, I do not control the bank accounts, and I will not be playing an administrative role in the organization. There will be other people who take on those tasks. I'm written into the bylaws as the ideological leader, but other people will be running the day-to-day activities of the organization. Former CPI members are welcome to rejoin, and new people are welcome as well. Go ahead and click the link down below. You can become a member of the CPI now that we're back in business. Forgiveness is offered to those who maybe overreacted or flipped out in response to this whole situation. I made mistakes. So did others. We all said some things we wish we could take back. This whole situation has been rough for all of us. It's been a tough few months, and I'm glad we're back. The people who signed this document are not welcome back in CPI. The point is not to punish them. I have a feeling a number of them already regret having put this out there. This is about protecting our organization. The reason they are permanently banned is because their presence puts the entire group in danger. If they are capable of doing this over such petty grievances, imagine what they might do to your community, your organization, or your family. I admitted that I needed help in order to get more self-control and make sure I didn't repeat the mistakes I made. These people also need help. And unless you want your dirty laundry all over the internet, my advice is to steer clear of them. At the very least, they are easily manipulated. Now, I'm a Christian and I believe in forgiveness, and I've spent a long time trying to process why these people would go out of their way to do something so vengeful and mean-spirited. A couple weeks after this document was published, one of the accusers texted me, "You won." I didn't reply, of course, but I looked at it and I thought, how did I win? How did anyone win here? All that came out of this was that CPI temporarily dissolved. I had to be silent for a couple months. And those who don't support Venezuela, Iran, Russia, or China got a new piece of information to ridicule all of us that are anti-imperialist with. Now, it's worth noting that the two people that came forward with allegations against me were members of Students and Youth for a New America before the pandemic, when we operated a little bit differently. Back in those days, I would rent a classroom, give a lecture on communist history, and then afterwards we would all go out to the diner. Now, the kind of things you might share with a small group of friends is very different than the kind of things you would share with those that you work with in a full-on professional organization with real funding. Now, one of the people who wrote the document said she couldn't understand why I was always saying not to be anti-American and not to talk about left adventurism or terrorism and criminal activities, but yet I wanted her to go on a trip to Venezuela. Apparently, the idea of visiting a socialist country that's under threat from the United States really scared her. Another one of the people who signed the document couldn't understand why I was angry with him because of the fact that we raised quite a bit of money to send him to Nicaragua, and he then bailed on the trip and left us with the bill. Almost all the people who signed this document are in their late 20s, almost 30, but still living at home. They love being communists on the internet, but being involved in an actual organization and doing actual work where people are relying on you is something that they're just pretty freaked out by. Things like being part of a community, engaging in international travel, are things that just make them quite uncomfortable. They'd rather be safe at home with mom and dad. Now, I opened a lot of doors for these people. I got one of them on the Tucker Carlson show.
Weird
I was always
quality
encouraging
drop.
them to write more and speak more. I wanted them to step up and find their own voices.
What the fuck is that about
Out
Tucker
by.
Carlson?
Things like being part of a community, engaging in international travel, are things that just make them quite uncomfortable. They'd rather be safe at home with mom and dad. Now, I opened a lot of doors for these people. I got one of them on the Tucker Carlson show. I was
Why
always
is that even a good thing? Tucker Carlson's a piece of shit. The most popular shows for fascists in America. Pushes loads of fucking racist and transphobic and fucking homophobic shit all the fucking time, and sexist shit. Get fucked.
encouraging them to write more and speak more. I wanted them to step up and find their own
Tasker
voices. If
Carson.
this was some kind of cult, I would have made it all about me and suppressed them and pushed them down, but I didn't do that. Instead, I opened doors for these people, and they fell on their faces. Now, my frustrations in the revolutionary movement over the years was always feeling that I had been suppressed. I always felt like I was not being given the opportunity to speak and to write and to perform the way that I could. I always felt like there were certain individuals that were holding back my potential and my ability to make a contribution. And I always made a point of not doing that. I always appreciated people who gave me an opportunity to shine before the world. But I guess for some people who've been given opportunities and then fallen on their faces and not been able to look good, they might come to resent somebody. They might feel like someone pushed them forward only to make a fool of themselves. Well, that wasn't my intention. I was only trying to help these people and give them opportunities. They seem to have fell on their faces and they resent me for it. And now they've decided to spit in my face. Well, I'm sure that they are still in pain. The libidinal rush they got from taking me down with this document went away after a couple weeks. They're still living at home. They're still full of resentment. They're still lonely. They're still angry. They're still frustrated. They're still depressed. They're still hopeless. They're still bitter, and they're still not going anywhere in this
It's
world.
like no
The
emotion in
idea
his
that
voice
publishing
when
this
he's saying
document
this.
and trying
Jesus
to take me
Christ.
down was going to make their lives better was an illusion. They're right back where they started. They've showed the world how willing they are to inflict pain on other people, to embarrass other people, people. And exposing me, they expose themselves. The fact that I can look into the camera every day and do my job on international television, despite having my deepest, darkest personal secrets all over the internet, shows that I'm pretty resilient. They didn't take me down with their long,
It
drawn-out
shows
internet
that
gossip
you're
column.
wealthy
The
and
city-building
able to
tendency
be
and the Center for
fucking.
Political Innovation and our constructive, optimistic
It's got
socialism
it's got
is
the
still here. We're going to keep
support
marching
that
ahead.
those people
Catch
get
you on the
when they
next
do
stream.
bad things like this. They get away with it.
You are from Artsy, right?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I like you.
Thank you. Very good.
Yeah, wish you everything good.
Oh, and same to you.
Yeah, by Russian.
Oh, very good.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Very good. Okay.
Spanking is not my secret, it's America's secret.
Parity is completely KO'd, so I'm gonna end this basically here. Let me. So there's not really much to be said other than that, like, Caleb is obviously lying. I will produce the document again on my announcements on my Discord page again anyway, just so everyone definitely has it. And if I can be asked to open Twitter, I'll post it on there. What's it? He is completely obscuring the crimes he committed against these people, sexual or otherwise, the exploitation, and the fact of the matter that he's a fucking fascist. It doesn't matter about just the document alone. The guy's a fascist. You're going about, oh, like, expenditure covered more than he actually made through the CPI. He was pushing a fascist movement. It doesn't make him in the clear. Promoting people onto Tucker Carlson is not a good thing. It's good to get messages out to people, but when you're on Tucker Carlson, your narrative is gonna be heavily regulated and controlled. Ain't gonna let you just come on and say whatever the fuck you want. This isn't fucking Wonderland. Fucking but Caleb Maupin is, in my opinion, he's having his Waterloo. I don't think he's going to make an active return. That was one of the main points to bring this video up. That's one of the reasons as well why I didn't really mind this video getting detracted away from the actual subject. Maupin Watch is not returning. He is not worth that shit. He's a mess. Trying to come up for it when he will always be hanky panky spanky the tanky. And, you know, what's it? He's a fucking proven pedophile, as you'll see with this image here. Boom. Where he says he's going to make a compound in the woods where he will live with the kids. Guy is a fucking pedo. He needs to be treated like that. Anyone has him turning up in their communities, you need to threaten him to leave. He is a danger to your people of your communities. No one should let someone like Caleb Maupin operate in their communities. That's my message to my American brothers and sisters. And yeah, that's the end of it all. So I'll catch yous on the flip side when we're actually talking about a real issue rather than this comedic fucking piece of shit. Red salute, brethren. And a red salute from Parity for her in the future when she wakes up and realizes she misses the end of the stream.